Pam, go ahead and mute.
Okay, you are live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. This is Libby Carter, and at this time I will call to order this work session of the Moore County Board of Education. It's Monday, October 5th at 2 p.m. We are holding this as a remote meeting since it eliminates some of the workload that falls upon our IT staff, but we will be back in an open meeting next Monday at Union Pines High School. At this time, I'll ask for approval of the agenda.
This is Ed, so move.
Second, this is Betty.
This is Pam.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Dr. Brown. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, the motion carries 7-0. If you'll now join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, I would ask Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with your permission.
Yes, sir. Dr. Grimacy.
Thank you. At this time, I'll introduce Mr. Andrew Cox, Executive Officer for Budget and Finance, to present the proposed 2020-2021 original budget. Mr. Cox.
All right. Hopefully everybody can see the presentation there.
We can, sir. Thank you.
All right, perfect. All right. So what we'll do, it's my pleasure to present to the board. Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, and other members of the board to present the 2020-21 Moore County Schools original budget. So what you're seeing here is where we pick up where we left off from the last budget updates or the budget updates that we've done over the last few months for these first two slides. We'll try to review where do we go from here based on the information that has been presented. What you're seeing here on this slide are the fixed costs detailed out there for the class size mandate, the charter school increase, the salary step increase for locally paid employees, adding teacher at Northmore, and school business system modernization update for fixed costs for almost $1.4 million. You see the remaining consolidation costs. I'll remind you that that's a cost for opening the new Aberdeen and Southern Pines elementary schools that we weren't able to hold on funding from the county for. So it's additional $320,000 that we have to cover. And then the board's highest priority needs, the two items there, are to implement a classified salary scale at $850,000 and to restore teachers and targeted for grades 4 through 5 at a cost of $560,000.
Mr. Cox.
Yes, sir.
This is John Weaver. Are we going to have to pay out of local funds the $350 bonus?
No, sir. That will be covered by the state. And you'll see as I go through and do a full summary that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So to cover the fixed costs, we have a potential one-time revenue source that could possibly help with those fixed costs that you saw there. This is the CARES Act funding, CARES Act direct funding. The school district receiving just over $2 million, but you see here $1.8 million. And as a reminder, that is after we have to share a portion of that funding with private schools. The law requires us to share a portion of that money with private schools. So the $1.8 million is our estimate of what we'll have after we have shared with the private schools. And this is a one-time revenue source that could help offset the fixed costs. So now here's a breakdown of our proposed original budget. As you see, by fund, it's Fund 1, $82 million. Local current expense, Fund 2 is $31 million. Fund 3 is our federal fund of $9.2 million. Our capital outlay, our capital expense fund, Fund 4, $750,000. Our school nutrition fund, Fund 5, $5.4 million. And our local operations, Fund 8 at $2.9 million, for a total original budget of $131,550,759. And we'll take a little bit more detail into this proposed budget on the following slides. Here's a breakdown of the local county funding, or the funding that we get from the county commissioners. In 2020, 2021, we're receiving $31.85 million from Moore County Commissioners, which is a decrease of $739,133, or a decrease of 2.26%. Of that $31.85 million, this includes $750,000 that the county holds in a technology fund for us, and it also includes the $750,000 for capital outlay that you saw on the previous slide in Fund 4. So this is the total amount of money that we'll get from the county in all funds, not just for local current expense. Here is a breakdown of the local current expense fund. So for current expense that we have available to spend on current items, the county appropriation is $30.35 million. You see we're proposing to appropriate a fund balance of $175,000, which we'll talk about on a future slide. Fines and forfeitures, we're estimating at $450,000, and interest estimated at $30,000, for a total local current expense fund budget of $31,005,000. So now here's a summary of what makes up the total budget. As you saw there, the $131 million budget is roughly $6.8 million over the original budget from fiscal year 2020. Nearly $4 million, or approximately $4 million of that money, is CARES Act funding, which is one-time money. And half of that $4 million has been designated for specific purposes, which you'll see what those specific purposes are. We've talked about them in budget updates, but we'll recap again here in just a few minutes. The remaining $2 million or so new in the original budget this year is made up of state funds, which you see some of those items here, is made up of additional program enhancement teachers. We're getting additional teachers from the state. This also will cover the salary step increase for teachers, instructional support, and assistant principals. There is no pay increase or step increase for central office. There is no classified salary scale, and there's no pay increase for principals. It does include a $350 bonus for teachers' instructional support. And just like Mr. Weaver asked, we do not have to use any local funds for that. All teachers and instructional support staff that are eligible will be paid from state funds for this $350 bonus. And another item that makes up the additional state funding this year is increased benefits. Our rate went from 19.7 in retirement to 21.68. And we went from around $6,300 in hospitalization to $6,326. And I will note again, as I mentioned on a previous slide, the local budget is a decrease of $739,133 from the county commissioners.
Mr. Cox,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sorry.
are we receiving any additional funds from the state that you would consider to be discretionary, or is every dollar from the state tied to an increased cost?
It is tied to an increased cost, either salaries, as mentioned, the program enhancements there, benefit increases, salary step increases, those things that the state says we have to do is the additional funding that we are getting from the state. So no discretionary funding there.
Thank you.
So additional summary from the budget, we are shifting some locally funded positions to the available one-time CARES Act funding, that $1.8 million that I mentioned. We're proposing to shift $1 million of locally funded position, which is equivalent to 7 teachers, 6 classified staff, 2 assistant principals, and 2 instructional support full-time equivalents over to that CARES Act funding. We're increasing our charter flow-through money by $475,000 to a new total of $2.7 million, which is approximately 1,190 students based on the first month billing that we have received from the charter schools. That's the estimate that the charter schools will have this year that we'll be paying for, which is close to 200 student increase over prior years. We previously talked about the remaining consolidation costs of opening the new Southern Pines and Aberdeen elementary schools at $320,000. We've been able to mitigate that down to $175,000 through employing subs and interim personnel when the opportunities have arisen in the consolidation process for those schools. So you saw on the previous slide for local current expense, $175,000 in fund balance being appropriated. This is at $175,000. We're proposing that fund balance be used for the consolidation costs of opening the new Southern Pines and Aberdeen elementary schools. And then there's also additional one-time COVID-19 funding for specific purposes that we've talked about previously, but I'm going to recap here on the next slide. And as I said, you've seen these before in the budget update, but just want to emphasize that these are one-time funding streams, and they are for specific purposes. If we don't have or we don't spend them, we don't have a need or are not able to spend them on these specific purposes, we don't receive the funding from the state, and they will go back to the state. So as you see here, we received $493,000 for summer learning, which was our summer learning jumpstart program, which replaced or essentially replaced, didn't really replace our Read to Achieve monies. Dr. Tim Locklear, Donna Gephardt, and that team have been working to spend that money and plan to spend all that money by the deadline of December 30th. Contract mental health, you see there, Lucinda Dedman and her team are working, have hired some contract mental health positions and are working to spend that money down as well. 123, PRC 123 is non-digital remote instructional resources. These are for things such as copies that may need to be made for those students who don't have internet access. And it is limited to non-digital, and there are no questions about that. It has to be something related to non-digital, as I mentioned, packets or things to send home to students that we weren't normally doing. That's a cost of $24,000. We are spending some of that. Hopefully we'll be able to utilize the majority of that money. You'll see here PRC 124, digital devices for students, $213,239. Kent Eklund and his team have used all that money to purchase devices for our students. So that money will be completely spent. See here, PRC 125, school nutrition. This is money that cannot be used to replace lost revenue. It is $515,000. We've already spent approximately half of that. I'm working with Jan Lovelady to come up with a plan to be able to spend the remaining $250,000. And again, as I say, it can't be used to replace lost revenue. The only way we can use it is if school nutrition shows a loss during the time from July to December. At that point, we'll be able to use that funding. And we anticipate that there will be losses throughout that period that we will be able to use that remaining approximately $250,000 to help offset some of the loss to school nutrition program. PRC 126, digital devices for staff. Again, Kent Eklund and his team have used that money to purchase devices for staff as required by the statute at $41,477. As I mentioned previously, and a budget update, this 127 Wi-Fi for buses, it only covered devices only. It was an application process based on feedback Mr. Eklund and his research and talking with other districts, it was going to be an extreme cost to the district to pay for subscriptions, pay for equipment to keep the devices running, or staff to sit with the buses to make sure that devices are running. And then there were security concerns with leaving the buses off-site. So the district chose not to apply for money for the Wi-Fi devices. Again, I emphasize it's devices only that we would have been able to purchase. And again, based on the feedback, we chose not to participate in that.
I'd like to add that from my perspective, the locations where we would have placed the buses would have also yielded limited return on investment. Our students that have limited internet access tend to be in rural areas where they're quite spread out. And where you've heard about this working effectively is in your more urban districts, where the placement of a bus is advantageous for a more saturated population of students that are close enough to the bus where that can benefit it. So so when Andrew did a good job of laying out some of the risks of that assessment, there also was a limited return on that. If we decided to take risks, there was a limited return on that compared to what you read about in the media about other districts that have done this. So most of the districts that have done this effectively have been more urbanized than we are.
Thank you for adding that clarification, Dr. Grimsey. I appreciate that. PRC 128 is access points or community Wi-Fi. Again, it's devices only. There are no subscriptions associated with that. We are purchasing some access points to send home with students through this money. And we are also utilizing this money to add, I think the district terms it Park and Learn at the each school. So there will be a area designated each school where someone can drive up, a student can drive up and obtain Wi-Fi access at the schools utilizing this money. PRC 129 is the learning management platform. That is additional new Canvas licenses that the district did apply for, received $5,984 for that. PRC 132 is related to EC, extended school year for EC. We did apply for that, received $122,000, and Ms. Kim Bullard is working on a plan and has a plan in place to utilize and spend that money down prior to the deadline. You see the 133, it was a grant process. It did not apply to us as we are not a nonprofit, and this money was solely for nonprofits. And then you see here cybersecurity, $23,000. Mr. Eklund has worked with DPI on allowed expenditures, is in the process of planning to spend that money down by the deadline. So here you see specific purposes of $1.6 million that has to be spent on these specific items or they are not allowable and we won't receive the money for them.
Before we leave that slide, I have a question that may be answered later on in the work session. Do all of our students have digital devices now in hand?
Mr. Weaver, I may be able to answer that. This is Tim Locklear. We have distributed devices to all our K-5 schools, and they are working on distributing those devices to go home over the next couple of weeks. And so our technology team has done a wonderful job of getting those prepared and getting those out. So the answer to your question, quick answer is yes. But our schools are working to prepare our students to be able to take those home, our K-5 students especially, over the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so additional summary of the budget. As part of this budget, we've tried to plan a little bit for fiscal year 22 as well. We're currently down approximately 400 students from prior year. So we're proposing to hold approximately $800,000 of the $1.8 million of the CARES Act funding for next year's budget. And you may ask why we're talking about that or why we're proposing that. This year, or there's a process, what's called ADM held harmless, that the legislation passed, which prevented a reduction from happening in fiscal year 21 because of those decreases of students. If a district has an ADM reduction of 2% or more, let's see so if we're reduced 2% less than funded ADM, DPI reduces a portion of that money that you missed your budget by, or you missed your ADM by, or the projection that DPI provided. For us, that would have been $1.8 million, which is 17 teaching positions and 1 instructional support position. So because they did not reduce this, we're able to have this $800,000 or potential to have this $800,000 to carry over to next year to help offset some of the reduced revenue that I'm going to talk about here in just a second. The district's funding is based on DPI projections or actual ADM from the first month of the prior year. So we're down approximately 400 students right now, but once we return to in-person instruction full-time, we expect that number to increase, or actually decrease, our ADM to increase. So we anticipate some of those 400 students to return back to Moore County schools.
Mr. Cox, could you simply repeat what you just said? You sort of interrupted yourself, and then just make a clear statement about what you just said, because that's very pivotal for the public and the board to understand. Just restate what you just said.
So, excuse me, the full thing or about the students returning?
Just the last sentence or two that you said. Just restate that as a concise, clear statement.
So when we return to in-person instruction full-time, we anticipating a portion of those 400 students to return to Moore County schools.
And so if they do, that means that we're going to need about 800,000 in personnel in anticipation of that next year. But that money won't be there then, because that projection will be based on where we were at the beginning of this year.
Correct. So yes, right. So we're funded on month 1, DPI projections or month 1. So month 1 has passed now. So when those students return, they will not be in our calculation for funding for fiscal year 22. So this $800,000 will allow us to help offset the cost or the funding that we may not receive without some type of legislative action in fiscal year 22. And we know that there are going to be fixed costs associated with fiscal year 22. At very minimum, there will be benefit rate increases. And again, if the trend holds true, increased charter school pass-through or flow-through costs. So we'll have at least minimum of those increases. And so with that anticipated reduced FY22 revenues, because it's based on month 1 ADM, and when students return, it'll be after month 1. Sorry about that. We will not have that revenue. So we'll still need additional, even with that planning, we'll still need additional county support in order to prevent significant cuts to personnel in the district.
Mr. Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. So the what you're talking about is preparing for next year's budget, which is the fiscal year 22 budget. So holding this 800,000 allows us to be prepared for the next year's budget, because they will base, DPI will base their attendance projections for next year based on month 1 of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. They do a projection which they use month 1 ADM as their basis for their projection.
Andrew,
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, this is Ed. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Didn't they hold us harmless for the number of students that we started school with this year?
Yes, sir. For this year's budget, they did. And that's why we're able to have this $800,000 to hold for next year's budget.
I understand.
Next year, there is no hold harmless for next year.
If they held us harmless for the beginning of this year, they're not holding us harmless for the beginning of this year if it's for next year's budget?
They are not holding us harmless for next year's budget.
That's correct.
They only held us harmless from a reduction if we miss the budget for this year or miss our ADM count for this year. So
But
next year is
reduced-
a completely different
Right.
calculation, and they have not held us harmless at that. So they would have to take additional legislative action in order to hold us harmless for next year.
So our reduced ADM this year is covered by the hold harmless provision for this year.
For this year, yes,
But our
sir.
reduced ADM this year will come back to haunt us next year. Should the number of students go up and we have expenses related to educating those children, then we better have that money ready to ensure that we can do that. If those children don't come back, then that'll be a situation where we would end up with funds available for other expenses at that time. And that'll be one-time only expense.
Yes, sir.
Well,
That's correct.
I understand the hold harmless. I mean, it just seems that I understand what's happening. Not happy with it, but
Ready to move on?
Yes, sir. All right. So on the first slide there, I talked about the highest priority of needs of the board, which is a classified salary schedule, and restoring teachers in grades 4 and 5. However, at this time, we're unable to fund that in the FY 21 proposed budget. However, we are looking at some type of stipend or bonus for these classified employees, which will cost approximately $50,000 per $100 of bonus. And the two possible revenue sources that we could consider are the CARES Act funding, which is at $800,000, or some portion of local fund balance that we have.
But that does not have to be resolved in this original budget. The board can have more time to look at what its options are, and within that budget, come back and revisit this in November or December.
Correct. We just wanted to put it on the table as a possibility here. So as we normally end the budget update presentations, or the last few slides, or what we know and what we don't know, I've just presented what we do know and what is in our local budget. Here are some things that we still don't know that aren't included in the original budget. Are there going to be additional costs associated with COVID-19 that we have to cover? The General Assembly has appropriated $27 million in PPE. However, we don't know, Moore County Schools does not know what portion of that $27 million we're still going to receive to cover PPE for the remainder of this year. The state board did meet last week and approved policy, and now they're sorting out the appropriations and how they're going to flow down to the districts. Well, we have not seen that at this point. So what we still don't know, there was a portion of money for EC grants that we applied for, $40,000. DPI, our state board, approved the policy, and so hopefully we'll hear whether we're getting this $40,000 in the EC grant or not shortly. And these other three items are portions that the state board approved policy on, but we don't know how much and whether we're going to get any funding for them, which is funding for another curriculum platform, which will be PRC 165, how much we'll see to cover our existing Canvas licenses in PRC 166, and then there's a future EC services line in PRC 167. And then the one other thing that we're still unsure of, which we've heard talk about, is that the federal Congress is talking about additional funding to help local school districts, but we don't know if that will happen and how much that will be. So those are summaries of the budget. And before I go on to this slide, I just do want to walk you through the actual budget resolution, just so you can see here. Let me switch over to that because I don't believe you can see that. All right, are you able to see the budget resolution, the actual numbers now at this point? Okay, so here's just a number summary of the words that we just talked about in the presentation here. State revenues 82.1 million. Our preliminary that we proposed early in the year in March was 81.5 million for state revenues. Slight change there. Preliminary for county, you see total of $34.5 million. Well, the county didn't fund our request, so we only have $30.8 million. So you may ask, well, why is charter schools going down? Well, it's because we didn't receive the money we asked for. We're still giving them the per pupil share that we are required to give them, but we don't have as much money to give them a per pupil share amount or do the calculation on. So you see that the total budget, you see the appropriated fund balance, $175,000. So the total local current expense of $31,005,000 budget there.
Andrew, if I could just add to remind board members that preliminary means the budget that the board approved last spring that you sent on to the county commissioners. Since that time, you've taken no further action on your budget. And so the original budget is intended to update that budget that you approved in the spring. I think you remember that, but it just bears repeating for the public.
Yes, that's correct. And then it also incorporates the allotments that the state has given us and federal allotments that we received that we were projecting and just anticipating in the spring when we put the budget together as well. So here you see federal revenues of 9.2 million. The increase there primarily is that federal CARES Act direct money that we got just over $2 million. You see our $750,000 in capital outlay from the county. Our child nutrition of $5.485 million, and then our local operations of $2.9 million, just below that $3 million that we had projected. We still anticipate it being more than that $3 million. We just haven't received those funds at this point. So we budgeted $2.915 million. So those are the actual numbers that we talked about that I summarized in the presentation. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions related to that you may not have asked as we went through that presentation.
Okay, questions from anyone for Mr. Cox? Thank you very much for that presentation and the information, especially about the COVID funds. I think we all find that a little confusing because there's been so much talk about the money that has come to systems. Do you anticipate, Mr. Cox, there being a lot more in the way of COVID-related expenses, such as PPE or sanitation items, that kind of thing?
Mr. Barath is probably a better one to answer that, but based on my discussions, there are going to be some more. I think we're pretty well stocked on sanitation supplies for sanitation and disinfecting facilities. Where our additional costs may be that I'm aware of, that, like I said, Mr. Barath may be able to chime in a little more, is some PPE, some masks, supplies for school nurses and things like that we may have. But hopefully our portion of that $27 million that's being allocated to us that we don't know the exact amount yet will cover those additional costs for PPE. We're just unsure of the amount at this point.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go ahead and say, I know we would love to give that bonus to all of our classified staff that you mentioned, something that we might be able to consider midwinter, because it's that classified staff that've been doing, I'll call it the dirty work. Our maintenance, our food service workers, our bus drivers, our teacher assistants, the folks that are really making the schools run. So,
yep, that is correct. That would be great if we were able to do that.
Well deserved. Are there questions from anyone else?
No, I just have a
Okay.
Go ahead, Helena.
Thanks, Pam. I just had a comment and one question. The comment was just to follow on what you said, Libby, about the classified staff. It's a little frustrating to me that that we are not able to give them with our current budget the salary scale that we were hoping for. So being able to provide some type of parity with or some type of support to them in terms of a bonus would be something I'm really interested in pursuing. I will say it's frustrating that it's not more, because I do think that a bonus does not does not adequately provide the support to those staff that they need, and to be on the same scale as others within our community would be something that I am much more interested in, because that's long term and that provides them with stability, whereas a bonus is one time. But given where we are, it's at least something we can do, which I think is good. The other question I have is, remind me what our total fund balance is. Where are we with our total fund balance?
So the FY20 audit has not been finalized, but in my conversation with the auditors, they're projecting us to have a fund balance between $2.6 and $2.8 million when the audit is completed. So if we appropriate that $175,000, it'll carry us down to about 2.6, what they think would be the lowest amount after that 175,000.
Okay, and 2.6 is, I believe, 2% of our entire budget. So that would keep us right at the very bottom of that.
It is 2% of our total budget. You are correct, yes. In the budget resolution, we designate that we will maintain at least a minimum of $2 million. We'd like to keep 2%. As the budget has increased, we haven't had the ability to be able to do that. So in the budget resolution, we recommend a minimum of $2 million to offset those delays in federal reimbursements and things like that, to have the cash flow to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cox, first I would just like to say that Helena took some of my comments regarding being able to provide some type of stipend or bonus for our classified staff. We all know the work that they have done, not only since school began, but it started back when we closed school in the spring and then the summer. So if what we can to provide with them would be definitely a benefit, not ideal, but certainly we understand. And to go back to your budget slide of where you showed us the $800,000 to be held to be spent for the 400 students, that has to be spent by September the 31st of 2021. Is that correct? That 1.8 million?
So what we have found out in the last few weeks, that money is subject to a provision in federal law that allows us to have additional time. It truly expires September 30th, 2021. However, that what they call a tidings amendment allows us to carry it to September 30th, 2022. So we will be able to have the $800,000 for personnel for next year if it's not needed on other COVID-related items. So like I said, we didn't have that information initially.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question because we had heard, I believe, last go around that 21 was the deadline. So it's great that we've got the additional time to be able to apply that on into 2022.
Yeah, so that was the original deadline that I had presented. That's what we were told. And in the last few weeks, we found out that it is subject to that tidings amendment, which gives us an additional year of having that funding available.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Cox.
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
Betty Brown. The bonus that we would give, that we might be able to give to the classified staff, what happens next year? Does that money roll in as a raise, or does it roll in, go back to salary as it was?
So if it is a bonus or stipend, like Ms. Wallen-Miller talked about, it is just a one-time payment, and it would not be a salary increase if we do a bonus. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? I think, Mr. Cox, what you've shown us is that we are surviving, but with so many unknowns ahead, so much uncertainty ahead, we don't know what our spring semester might hold in regard to COVID, whether it be more shutdowns, whether it be progress to be fully reopened, whatever it might be. Our funds are not unlimited. And as I know that you're already thinking ahead to next year's budget because you do see that long range vision. And knowing that now that our tax dollars are up 15% in Moore County for off sales tax, then perhaps it will be a year that the commissioners will look a little more favorably upon our need for additional teachers or nurses or for that salary scale for our classified employees. So we'd like to keep that all in mind as we move on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, last comments from anyone on this? All right, well, thank you so much, Mr. Cox. Back to you, Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'll introduce Dr. Seth Powers for item 2B, administration of 2020-2022 student surveys. Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Chair Carter, members of the board. The September 14th, 2020 Board of Education meeting, the board gave its endorsement to seek parent community feedback on the administration of 3 student surveys in select grade levels. Just as a reminder, those surveys were the Social Emotional Learning Survey for students in grades 3 through 12, the School Climate Culture Survey for students in grades 7, 9, and 11, and the Moore County Schools Youth Risk Behavior Survey for students in grades 8, 10, and 12. A link on the Moore County Schools webpage was created that provided an overview of each survey, the survey process, copies of the survey questions, and a portal for parents to provide their online feedback. The district sent a school messenger message on September 15th, 2020, making parents aware of the opportunity to learn more about the surveys, to review survey questions, and provide their feedback from September 15th through the 22nd in the online portal. Parents were also made aware that hard copies of the survey information and questions were available in the school office, and that feedback could also be provided to their school principal or directly to our Moore County Schools Office for Student Support Services. During that time, 102 responses were received as of Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. 81 of those responses reflected various levels of concern, particularly with the Moore County Schools Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Principals reported receiving 5 requests from parents to opt out their students from taking the YRBS. No feedback was received in the Student Support Services office. While the 81 expressions of concern represent only 0.003% of Moore County Schools parents, they do warrant further analysis by staff. As a result, staff will recommend that the school board consider a motion to authorize the administration of only the Social Emotional Learning and Climate Culture surveys during its regular business meeting on October 12th. Staff will analyze parent concerns about the Moore County YRBS survey and reevaluate the recommendation and report back at a later time. I would like to spend just a moment addressing a repeated issue of concern that was raised through the online portal feedback. Concern was expressed that Moore County Schools has not shared information about these surveys in past years, and that's simply not the case. Since the district student surveys began to be administered in 2018, the same process for informing the community, providing opportunity for parent feedback, and seeking board endorsement of the surveys has been followed. Information related to survey administration was presented to the board and provided for parent feedback in March of 2018 and September 2019, before we again followed this process last month in September of 2020. At this time, I'll take any questions the board may have.
Questions for Dr. Powers, please.
Dr. Powers, this is
I had a
Helena.
question. Oh, go ahead, Elena.
Just a quick question. Do we know which schools these comments came from? If there was a series of schools or a certain age group?
Related to the online portal feedback?
Correct.
We do not. It's anonymous.
Although
That was pretty.
if you look
That
at,
was what I was going to ask her.
if you look at the comments, the majority of them were about the high school risk behavior, not about the elementary or middle school.
And just as a reminder, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, it is given to 8th graders. There's a separate, but it's not the same survey as high school. There is a difference in the questions between the 8th grade YRBS and the YRBS given in 10th and 12th grade.
Dr. Powers, this is Pam. I know in reading through some of the comments of concern, there was concern specifically related to the anonymity of students and whether or not that was pretty much at 100%. So with students who have been assigned Chromebooks or tablets or electronic devices, is there any way, I mean, could the answers and responses be traced back to any individuals based on login information to determine who they are?
No, ma'am, and I have confirmed with our technology department that, you know, Moore County Schools, we don't have the ability to correlate student responses to a particular student device. We don't
That's
have
on- That's on the Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
correct. Really, on any of these surveys, other than the one portion of the SEL survey around student supports and environment, I'm sorry, around school climate and I'm sorry, student supports and environment is not anonymous because that involves, I'm going to get it right in a second.
That's on the SEL surveys.
Correct. The students and reports, student supports and environment, which is teacher-student relationship, sense of belonging in school, safety and engagement. Those things are anonymous. So we do not have the ability to know what students have said what related to that. And that makes sense.
It'd be much easier if you'd answer just what is not anonymous.
Okay. What's not anonymous is the student competencies portion of the SEL survey, which is grit, growth mindset, and social awareness. So, and that's not anonymous because that does allow us to identify students who maybe are lacking in some of these skills and then, you know, fulfill a responsibility to help students to build upon these skills, because those are things that will help them not only be successful in school, but also beyond school, you know, in life when they go out and get jobs. So
And
that's
you were candid about this in your presentation, seeking the board's endorsement of going out and getting public comment. We made that clear in that presentation last month, and that information is intended to help the teacher and student understand the student's learning style and what it is that makes the student effective in the learning process. But any of the questions that relate to any behaviors that inform our evaluation of programs, all of those are anonymous, and there is no way to trace them back from the Panorama platform back to the student's identity or the student's Chromebook.
That is correct. And I
That's a true statement.
apologize for stumbling through that. But
That's okay. That's why you have a superintendent.
Mr. Powers,
Yes, sir.
this is John Weaver. Where is this information retained? Is
The
it
data-
retained locally? Or is it
Data is
retained?
retained. The data is retained by the Panorama Education Platform, but the data is owned by Moore County Schools, and the data is not shared for outside. It's not sold or rented for any kind of marketing purposes. It is our data. Panorama simply stores it for us.
So we're the only, Moore County Schools is the only one that has access to this data. Is that
Correct.
correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Powers? Dr. Powers?
I will say this, that I think it's the right thing to do to revisit the risk behavior surveys, because I think looking back at last year's online portal feedback, only 8 negative comments were received, and this year 81 were received, and most of those, as I read through them, did refer to the risk behavior survey. So I think it's appropriate to do what you're recommending.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver, for pointing out again that this is not new and the process for approval is not new. I know back, I was looking at the agendas from 2017 when we had first offered a youth at risk survey, and the same procedure was followed each of those years. But the youth at risk survey is not administered until April, I believe. So there is time to further consider the matter and see if there need to be any changes or if we can continue as shown.
Yes, ma'am. If the board were to approve it, the plan would not be to administer it in the spring, sometime in April. So there is time for reconsideration.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Powers?
Just to clarify, Madam Chairman, that during the October 2nd, 2020 regular business meeting, the superintendent will recommend that the school board consider a motion to approve the endorsement or authorize the administration of the social emotional learning and the climate culture student surveys and not the youth risk behavior survey for this year. We'll revisit that other survey at a later time.
Okay, everyone understand that as we go forward? All right, thank you, Dr. Powers.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Kim Bullard for items C and D. Dr. Bullard?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board, and Dr. Grimacy. Today, I am presenting 2 contracts for your consideration and approval. These contracts are for services that are needed to support Exceptional Children's Department for Moore County Schools. Both contracts are for services that have been provided by Moore County Schools employees in the past, but unfortunately, we have not been able to fill these positions with a Moore County Schools employee at this time. We will seek contracted service providers to assist in filling these needed vacancies. The first contract being presented for your approval is with Soliant Health Incorporated for a teacher of the deaf and hard of hearing. This teacher will provide services to our students who require specialized instruction by a certified deaf and hard of hearing teacher, in addition to any additional services that they may receive now. The cost of the teacher will be billed at $74 per hour. Mileage will not be paid because we are contracting to provide teletherapy for these services. The cost of these services will be paid out of state PRC 032 funds that are designated to support students with special needs. These services that were provided by a Moore County School employee in previous years were also paid out of the same state funding code. Are there any questions related to the Soliant Health contract?
Any questions for Dr. Bullard? This is a routine item that we have to consider regularly when special services need to be provided. Mr. Weaver, you have a question?
Does the $74 represent what was paid last year, the rate that was paid last year, or is there an increase there?
I'm sorry, I'd have to find out that because we don't have to take in consideration the cost of benefits. So I'd have to do a cost analysis of that.
Okay.
I'm thankful, Madam Chair and Dr. Bullard, that we have an opportunity to contract to get these much needed services for our students. So thanks for I know it takes extra efforts, but thanks for reaching out to make sure that our students have the instruction that they need.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. The second contract that I'm presenting today for your approval is with Sunbelt Staffing for a certified speech pathologist. This contract will provide speech therapy services for our students that need specialized instruction by a certified speech language pathologist. The cost of these services will be billed at $83.07 per hour. These services will also be provided through teletherapy. The cost of these services will also be paid out of state PRC 032 funds that are designated to support students with special needs. These services that were provided by a Moore County School employee in previous years were paid out of the same state funding code. Are there any questions related to the Sunbelt Staffing contract?
I don't have a question, Dr. Bullard, but it's amazing that your department is able to continue to offer these kind of services for children who may be doing it only virtually.
Yes,
and I'm teleconference through to make this still happen, because the virus and the change in our in-person instruction has really made a difference for our children with special needs. So we appreciate the fact that this can be reworked to still provide what the extra help that they are needing. So are there other questions for Dr. Bullard, Dr. Brown?
Yes, I have one. How many students are we serving with the deaf and how many are we serving with speech pathology?
For our deaf and hard of hearing right now, we're serving 17 students. And our speech pathologists, we had to rework our caseload, but they're serving around 40 students.
Thank you.
Important to note, Madam Chair, members of the board, and for the public, these are federally mandated services. So, and that's a good thing. These are children that need these services. They're federally mandated, but reality dictates that there simply is not staffing for these positions. School districts can no longer afford or be in a position that positions just aren't there. The number of audiologists, teachers for students with limited hearing ability, speech pathologists, the market has just literally dried up. And so there's been a shift throughout my years of service in public education to contracted services. And this is pretty standard, not only in North Carolina, but across the country. And so when you look at the investment for these children, you can see it's quite substantial. But it's also quite necessary, and it happens to be required by law. So we do appreciate your consideration as we set up the budget for the agenda for next week. Any other questions for Dr. Bullard?
Yes, I had one. I don't know if I'm delayed. Sonia was saying my camera and all that was all kind of messed up, but hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Kim, I was curious, is those 40 students, are they also at charter schools as well? Because I know that we still have to serve those kids, correct? Or am I misled on that?
Yes, ma'am. We do have to serve our private schools as well, but the students that are being served by our teletherapists are not serving the private schools at this time.
Thank you.
And that is because they simply do not have those needs, or Dr.
No,
Bullard?
other therapists that are in person are meeting those needs.
Okay, very good. All right, everybody, it doesn't look like there's any further questions. Madam Chair, with your permission.
Let's move on. This is the big one.
Okay, at this time, item 2E, analysis and recommendation for the implementation of Plan A in K through 5. I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf to facilitate our presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Grennessy. Chair Carter, board members, good afternoon. On Thursday, September 17th, Governor Roy Cooper announced that public schools may opt to operate under the state's Plan A reentry plan for grades K through 5. Under that plan, districts have the option to allow students in grades K through 5 to attend in-person instruction up to 5 days a week. Students in grades 6 through 12 would continue to attend in-person instruction 2 days a week and remote learning 3 days a week. This afternoon, myself and members of the senior staff and district leadership would like to share with you our analysis of Plan A, implementing Plan A in K-5 and our recommendation around that. We'd like to take a few minutes to first review what has continued to guide our work, what has continued to ground our work and been our priorities as we've done this work through the summer, when we were managing this pandemic through the summer, through the governor's directions and directives there. And then as we dived in, once the governor made a decision that we had the option to open under Plan B, and you as a board endorsed that, we put our full efforts into planning and opening under Plan B. We also like to tell Dr. Metcalf's going to take a few minutes and review the plans that we worked on as a district, and the plans that we talked about, the need to be nimble to shift from one plan to the other. So Dr. Metcalf's going to remind us of that, take a few minutes for that, and then look at what does it look like as if we implement Plan A for K-5, what does that look like? And that will include Dr. Metcalf sharing some key points about that, and include us looking at what does classrooms look like if we implement Plan A, what does transportation look like, what does eating lunch look like under Plan A. And then we also want to spend some time with Dr. Metcalf's going to share with you an analysis of the feedback that we got from our staff. We surveyed our K-5 staff, asked for their feedback around this. Dr. Metcalf's going to share some information about that, as well as we surveyed our face-to-face K-5 parents for their feedback around implementation of Plan A. Then lastly, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the benefits that we gleaned from that analysis. We all know there's a lot of benefits, great benefits of implementing and having our kids back, but also taking a moment to look at the risk and the challenges of implementing Plan A. And then lastly, what our recommendation is and our timeline and plan around the staff's recommendation. So as noted, the consideration and guiding principles that have guided our work throughout this have started with our top priority, and that's as best possible to ensure the safety, wellness of our students, staff, and families. That's our number one priority. And as we've gone about planning for this work, we've grounded ourselves in that as our top priority, and we've noted that you can't separate the safety and the health and can't divorce the importance of the safety and health of our students and the safety and health of our staff. Without a healthy staff, we can't implement any plan. So that has been something that has guided us throughout the way. We've also talked about ensuring the equity of good quality instruction as we move through this, making sure regardless of what plan our kids are on, that they're receiving high quality instruction and we're pushing their learning forward as we move. We also, as I've noted, the need to make sure we're adaptable, that we're planning along the way for the need to potentially go in and out of different plans, whether that be Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C, as we've got new information from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, or as we've got new directives from the governor's office. And then always along the way, we want to make sure we're doing all we can to ensure clear communication with all stakeholders. And with all of these consideration and guiding principles, we want to make sure that we're being very thoughtful, that we're being very measured in our analysis, and that we're being very careful to make sure we're, again, putting first the safety and health and wellness of our students and staff. Dr. Metcalf is going to take a couple minutes to review the plans that we worked on as we looked at that in a very careful, measured, and thoughtful way. And he's going to take us into what Plan A looks like for K-5 students. Dr. Metcalf?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. You will recognize this slide. I think you've seen it several times. As you know, over the summer, we were charged by the governor to develop 3 plans, Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. Plan C was in case the governor had ordered that all students were to remain home and we would have 100% remote learning. Plan B was more of an integrated approach, a combination of in-school and remote learning. That's what we've been under in Plan B since the beginning of school. And then Plan A, where we would be able to bring our students back with minimal social distancing, but we'd have in-person learning. In addition to that, we developed the Connect Virtual Academy. That was for families who were not going to feel comfortable, had made the decision that it worked better for their particular child, or they were not comfortable putting their student back in school for in-person learning at all, and they committed to being in the Connect Virtual Academy for the full semester. Currently, K-12, we have 3,687 students who have signed up for Connect, and a total of 8,734 students, K-8, who are in our face-to-face in-person instruction, if you will. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, on September 17th, the governor came in and said that beginning on October 5th, your K-5 students who are in Plan B, you can move them to Plan A if you wish. So that would impact at the elementary level, I think there are little over 3,600 students who are in Plan B that could potentially be moved to Plan A. So what does Plan A look like? Well, under Plan A, the students who are not currently in the Connect Virtual program would attend school 4 days a week for in-person instruction. We would still have Wednesdays, and they would continue to be remote learning days for both cleaning and sanitizing, but also to provide support for the Connect Academy and the remote learning. We would also have students will have to continue to wear their masks. The daily health screening procedures that we've put into place that you've all seen would continue. We would be limiting visits to school campuses as we have done throughout. Can you move to the next slide, please? No, back one slide, please. Thank you. Classes will be at their full capacity with minimal social distancing. We're not going to be able to do the 6 feet of social distancing that we're able to do under Plan B. As we move to Plan A, it will be more minimal social distancing. And Mr. Barath's going to speak in a moment about what that means on the bus, what that means in the cafeteria, what a classroom setup would be like. This goes back to where Dr. Locklear said we need to be thoughtful and measured. We need to be very careful, because by bringing all of those students back at K-5, we're not going to be able to maintain the social distancing requirements that we've had up to this point. Mr. Barath, can you take it from here with the classroom space?
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. And so as Dr. Metcalf mentioned, there will be an impact to the social distancing of students within the classrooms. This slide shows you the current under Plan B space for a 15 students in a classroom. You can see by the triangle in the middle there, the dimensions assigned to them, everyone's at 6 feet apart in this layout. So you can see the 6 feet of distance. You can see under Plan B how you can space students within a classroom and maintain that safety. Next slide, please. Same classroom with our average of 20 students when you combine A and B days. So with all the classes that you impact that at grade level 4 and 5, by bringing them in together at A and B, the average size is 20 students. You're going to have some at more, you're going to have some at less. So we have 18 of these grades 4 through 5 classes that will have over 25 students. So this just shows you what it would look like with 20 students in that same classroom. In this case, we're able to maintain 5 feet of separation between students. But as you start adding more seats, you can see how those spaces will start to shrink, so you can add more seats in those rows that are staggered. We do have some of those outliers I mentioned on the high end. Next slide, please. This is an example of such, 31 students. So while this is not the standard when you bring all a 4th and 5th grade together on a Plan A, you can see what the classroom would look like with 31 students in there. This has a desk at 3 feet apart from one another. So we have taken the 6 foot separation, reduced that in half to 3 foot in this case. So this requires a lot of consideration on the school level. It also requires time to be thoughtful and pay attention to the detail of the number of students in these spaces. Working with Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Locklear and with principals, this could have an impact to potential changes to student scheduling and assignment to teachers. Each school principal is going to have to take some of these instances and figure out how operationally they're going to best be able to execute it while providing, as Dr. Locklear mentioned in the beginning, safety for staff and students. Next slide, please. With child nutrition, you're combining the A and B scheduled students during the week into one time. You double the number of meals that you're preparing now instead of half of them. With that, there's a limitation of staff in the kitchen, which means they cannot deliver to classrooms anymore. Students will now go to the cafeteria to retrieve their pre-packaged up meal and grab milk, and then go to a designated eating location. As you can see from the previous slide of 31 students, the schools are going to be with larger counts of student classrooms trying to find a solution where you can put students that can spread out or split into spaces that when they take their face coverings off to eat, they are not 3 feet apart from each other anymore. It's going to be limited, and each school is going to have different solutions, and we'll continue to work with them to make sure that they're safe as possible within their constraints. This also demand on the kitchen staff is going to require stopping the curbside meal distribution at the elementary schools and redirect those that were coming there to the middle and high schools in their areas. High Falls and Westmore are unique with their large geographic area up there, and they will continue their meal side distribution. That may sound like a big impact if you've been following the meal updates that I've been entering on a daily basis on the document. you'll see that we're averaging about 230 curbside meals a day. And when you divide that across the 21 distribution sites that we have, that's roughly 11 meals a day. The lowest average number to school is 1 meal per day at the elementaries. And at the elementaries, the largest number distribution per day is roughly 16. So redirecting those to the middle and high school is achievable. And in areas 1 and 3, the distances don't get too great and the schools are capable of handling them. Next slide, please. School transportation, always a question. Great struggles in the very beginning, as you'll remember, in implementation of Plan B. And as our specialists and route planners in transportation looked at what it would take and what the route solutions would be to combine the A and B day students into one, they found that we can have a solution that will provide students at no more than 2 per seat in the solutions for transportation. So where we were at 1 per seat, and the only time we have 2 per seat currently is if they're from the same household, we would have solutions that would have no more than 2 per seat. Now, this would take 2 weeks from today to finalize the route solutions and get the notifications to families about revised bus numbers, pickup and drop-off times. This solution does impact nearly every household currently. This requires also adding 10 buses and drivers to routes, and something that you have not heard in a long time, we have the additional buses and drivers to do that. And students in this case would have to be rerouted for second semester changes. So in January, there will be changes on students that will be signing up to ride the bus and students that may opt to go to the Connect Academy and such. So there would be new solutions to traffic or transportation routing that would again have to be reissued for the second semester. Next slide, please. And so Plan A for K-5 students, and also the potential for K-6 through 12 to be on Plan A at the beginning of the second semester now allows the families time to request transportation for the second semester, again, based off of their preference for face-to-face at Plan A or shifting to a virtual option. This also lets transportation adjust routing once and inform the families once instead of twice on route changes. And again, if we send notification out here in 2 weeks in October, there'd be another round of notifications going out in the beginning of December for route changes. So they would experience only one time route change as opposed to 2. There's a lot there. I went over. Are there any questions from any board members?
Questions, anyone at this point?
Very well. I will hand this
I do have a
to
question.
Dr. Powers.
Let Mr. Weaver have a question.
Yeah, I took a second to take my mute off. We have 2 schools that are K through 8. How would this impact our ability to bring in K through 5 at those schools?
Good question. And one of the unique features of that is when you're at a K-8 and you have a bus that has students on there that are in grades 6, 7, or 8, you must follow the Plan B requirement for transportation, no more than 1 per seat. So we don't have an impact that's unachievable with our transportation solution. The meals would be conducted the same under the Plan A model, where all students would go to the cafeteria to get their food and then go back to their designated eating location. So having the grades 6 through 8 remain on Plan B at reduced numbers in the classrooms while K-5 goes to Plan A, that's how that school would look.
Mr. Barath, please clarify, would the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at Westmore and High Falls be on a separate bus in order to ensure they're 1 per seat? Or are you saying that even if you add all of the K through 5 students to these buses, that you'll still be able to sustain 1 per seat K through 8?
Dr. Grimsey, it's the latter. It is all the students K through 8 will be on the bus at the same time, and we will be maintaining 1 student per seat.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, thank you.
John, this is Ed. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I know how complicated this gets in transportation with the number of kids. You said it'll take you 2 weeks from today, which would be October the 19th. We will make our decision on the plan next Monday. I assume that you're planning right now that that's what's going to happen, so that it'll be actually 2 weeks from now. So the Monday after our board meeting where we approve it, we'll be in business.
That's correct. That is when the notifications will be issued. From this date today, it'll take 2 weeks until the notifications are issued.
Let me clarify that, Mr. Dennison, just to make sure everybody understands, Mr. Barath's statement has only to do with his readiness for transportation. His statement had to do with the amount of time it takes for notification of parents and opportunities for bus drivers to become accustomed with their routes. What that means is that the transportation department, in the spirit of nimbleness, is ready with routes that can work within 2 weeks. That by no means, though, is a statement on the superintendent's recommendation for when we implement Plan A.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was really looking for.
Thank you. John, your statements indicated that because you're ready to go in 2 weeks, everybody's ready to go in 2 weeks. I want to make sure we're clear on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Barath, I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One is regarding, I think you mentioned with with the high school serving as a point of food delivery for those that are in the virtual academy.
For those that are not attending school that need to have curbside meal pickup, it'd be high school and middle schools.
Oh, and middle schools. Okay, because I was worried about the Northern Moore area because of the size of that area. You're saying that you would also do the middle schools then in the Northern Moore area, just so that I caught that. Okay.
At Northern Moore, only Robbins would be the only school not doing curbside.
Okay, and Elise is right around the corner, so that's close. The second question I had to do with nutrition as well. You had indicated that there was a lack of staff to be able to deliver food to the classrooms. Is there, and I know we just saw the budget presentation, are there any opportunities for hiring part-time staff to help with some food delivery in the middle of the day, or is that not feasible?
At this time in child nutrition, we have I want to say 7, might be 8 vacant positions within our kitchens across the district. We are already using substitutes to fill some at this time. And so we are still short-staffed, and it's the requirement that doubles in meal preparation each day will require more hands in the kitchen at that time, which will take them away from the opportunity to deliver to classrooms.
It's important to remember these are part-time positions being paid at on a classified salary scale that is borderline embarrassing. So by no means are we in any position to have great confidence that people will be lining up for these part-time positions on that particular classified scale. John, I'd like to also add that in K through 3, our ability to walk classrooms down to the cafeteria and to pick up their lunches, return back to their classrooms is something that we feel very good about being able to accomplish and maintain social distancing and maintain all of our appropriate protocols. The challenge would be grades 4 and 5. And so, Ms. Waller-Miller, if we narrow the challenge down to our large class sizes in grades 4 and 5, then that makes this look a little bit more manageable and really renders the need for classroom deliveries to be very much narrowed compared to what we might otherwise think.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
and Dr.
grades 4 and 5 would be about the only ones where we would feel that pressure to come up with a solution. Sorry, Ms. Thompson, go ahead.
That's okay. That was going to be my question with grades 4 and 5. with lunch. Those students, I know the principals and will collaborate with teachers to try to figure that out. But is the thought that those students that's in those grades that have 30, 31 students, will they be eating in their classroom?
I would suggest at this time that would be a school by school plan that we would have to look at. The example that Mr. Barath showed is our worst case scenario. I believe, Mr. Barath, correct me if I'm wrong. There are others that are close to that. We haven't validated that data at this point. We just know how many that would be over 25 generally. And so from school to school, the way the facility is laid out, whether they use the hallway or classrooms or the library, is really going to depend on how the school is designed. In talking to Dr. Eric Bracey, the superintendent of Johnston County, much bigger school district than ours, who is also planning for K-5 into Plan A, same situation. Others that are looking at this, you just have to figure out a way to make it work. And so a class that's got 31 in it, Ms. Thompson, highly unlikely that you're going to see 31 children taking their masks off and eating in the same room. And in fact, we may not want 31 children in that room, even with their masks on, just learning and not eating lunch. So it points out the need for us to be thoughtful and measured and careful, err on the side of caution, be informed by experts, and not rush into this because of what we think might be the right thing. We need to be as measured with this as we've been with every other decision that we've made so far this year. And the record shows that we've got a pretty good record so far in getting this to work relative to school districts across the state. Any other questions on classroom space, transportation, nutrition? We got several here. Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
I have a, have we considered where we do some staggered type of entry, such as starting with K3, putting them in, Mr. Barath says that we possibly could have some things ready in a couple of weeks to start them in, coming in because their classroom sizes are smaller and more easily distanced, then moving into the 4-5 as we move to see if it's going to work.
We actually spent the first week or two looking at just that. And so we gave intensive attention to that possibility. Mr. Barath, tell us what the insurmountable challenge is there.
Make sure I was done on mute. Sorry. The issue with bringing staggered staffing in there again comes into transportation as far as the solutions to those. And then comes the opportunity of, as we talked before, the multiple notifications of changes in schedule, and the potential staffing changes in student assignments.
John, could you be more specific about how your routes look now and when you made the transition to all? I think the real pivotal point, if I could remind you, was that you currently, the public may have the mistaken impression that you just run the same routes on Monday and Tuesday and Thursday and Friday, and you do not. You have a separate transportation route on Monday and Tuesday for Plan A, a separate transportation framework for Thursday and Friday, Plan B. And now if you combine all those students and you leave grades 4 and 5 on A and B, you actually add a third route where you can't get the 4th and 5th graders onto the same bus with the K through 3 students. So given the rural nature of the substantial part of our county, Dr. Brown, we just found insurmountable challenges. And at some point we had to let that option go so that we could focus on an option that we could get to work.
I understand. I figured that you probably had looked at these options, but I wanted it voiced so that we could look at and let the public know.
I personally liked that one. I really, knowing that grades 4 and 5 were most congested, I thought that K through 3 would be easy. As I talked to some of my colleagues in other school districts, and as we analyzed it as a staff, it was hard to let that one go. But we really got to the place where we had to move on, and we just couldn't continue to hold back on our planning, trying to figure that one out. Mr. Weaver.
Thank you.
Yes. Could you elaborate or have someone elaborate on the reason why we're recommending a 4-day schedule as opposed to a 5-day schedule? And
We've
what
already done that.
follows?
Yeah, we're going to do that again, and we're going to also repeat that a couple of times before we're done. Let me go back to Dr. Metcalf to just review. We've kind of gotten on to some other topics here, but that was part of the earlier part of the presentation. Dr. Metcalf, in your introduction, what was the justification? The state does permit us to count that Wednesday if it's a remote learning day. And then there'll be more details yet to come. But Mike, review your talking points on that, and then we'll add some more information as we go along, Mr. Weaver.
Sure. The remote learning days absolutely do count in our instructional hours, our required instructional hours. The purpose of that, and it was in the original plan that we had when we developed the Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, was that we need to support those teachers who are also teaching in the Connect Academy. We have a number of teachers who teach that. So part of it is the sanitation and the cleanliness and having a day to be able to do that thoroughly. The other part of it is to support the teachers and make sure that we're appropriately handling the instruction of the remote learning in the virtual academy.
And as we will see
here in a moment.
Yeah, as we will see in slides to come, we have a substantial percentage of our K-5 teachers that teach in both the Connect Academy and in person. And so we're getting ready to double the number of students they have on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and making it more difficult for them to do both, teach both in the Connect Academy and in their classroom. And so the Wednesdays will be the opportunity for them then to make themselves more available for their Connect Academy students, because we're going to restrict their availability on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. That's to come. If you could be so kind as to let us get into that part of the presentation, that'll be part of the organized flow of it.
That's fine. I just thought it was important to elaborate again on the reason for the 4-day versus the 5-day, because some people might have assumed that we were just going to open up to a 5-day schedule.
Yeah, I wish we could just open up to anything at this point, but everything's got to be done in a very thoughtful and measured way, and this is one of those areas. Needless to say, the Wednesdays also really empower our custodians. We can't forget the need for a higher level of sanitation. Simply because the governor issues an edict that says all the children can come back doesn't mean COVID-19's gone away. So, in fact, if anything, infection rates in the past 7 days in Moore County were the highest that we've had so far since the pandemic began. Who's next?
Dr. Grimacy, next is Dr. Powers with our partners from the Moore County Health Department. I neglected to introduce that in my opening when I introduced how the presentation would flow. I just want to take a moment to thank Director Robert Whitman, who is with us, and also Matt Garner, our Deputy Director of the Moore County Health Department, who's with us today. And Dr. Powers is going to discuss a little bit of that, a collaborative analysis of Plan A that we did with our Moore County Health Department. And again, want to thank them for being a wonderful partner with us and being with us today. Dr. Powers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Again, I can't say enough and I can't express enough gratitude to our Moore County Health Department for their support, collaboration as we come back to school this year. We meet weekly, have a standing meeting each week. And whenever there's a question, and quite honestly, I'm in contact with the health department pretty much daily as well. But we're so appreciative of them and them giving of their time. When we met a couple of weeks ago, we wanted to get their opinions around Plan A and when that they felt like that might be most appropriate to return to. And so, again, I appreciate both Mr. Whitman and Mr. Garner for being with us today. And they're going to walk through their thoughts around Plan A and the items on this slide. So I'll turn it over to you, Robert and Matt.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. We had quite a lot of discussion about this, and you've heard a lot of the pros and cons already. And what we're doing is weighing benefit risk. Of course, the 3 W's do remain as the best weapon we have against COVID. And that means wearing a mask and distancing, which I believe that you've heard become problematic once we pull the trigger on the K through 5. Concerns related to social distancing on the bus, in the classroom, and while eating lunch. These are some of the concerns that we discussed. Coronavirus is still a new virus, a novel virus, and so we're learning as we go. We continually get information from the World Health Organization into the Centers for Disease Control, and then up through Department of Health and Human Services into our State Department of Health and Human Services. So there's some information that may be out there that we don't know that will come to light as time goes by. We also have the impact of the regular seasonal flu season, and that's unknown at this time. If everyone followed the 3 W's in this county, I'm not talking about just a school season, I'm just talking about across the county. If everyone followed that, or almost everyone, we should have the lowest number of flu cases recorded in many years. And that's because before, people weren't wearing masks and physically distancing. And I do encourage everyone to get their regular flu vaccination. At this time, the health department, I had these discussions with Dr. Powers, Dr. Grimacy, and with his staff. And I would recommend that delaying possible implementation of Plan A into the beginning of the next semester at the earliest. Some of the other thinking that's gone into this when I lay awake at night was we've got 2 major holidays coming up, Thanksgiving and Christmas. We don't, as I previously pointed out, don't know how the regular flu season is going to impact us. And the fact that it's going to be difficult for social distancing, difficult to get safe distance when the children take their mask off for nutrition. So with all of that, as the health director for the county, I'd recommend that you delay this and then reevaluate in the month of December and decide what you want to do starting the next semester in January. And that's basically my report. Matt, do you have anything you want to add? All right, I'll take any questions that you have or any comments. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to come before you this evening.
If I could, Seth.
I have one actually, if that's okay too.
Question for Ms. Caldwell, for Mr. Whitman.
Mr. Gardner.
Okay,
I
Mr.
guess that's your
Gardner.
name?
Either one.
Yeah.
Either one. They're both there. Go ahead, Stacy.
I just wanted you, if you can please just say what the 3 W's were again.
Sure. The 3 W's are wait, wash, and wear your mask. So those are the 3 W's. So washing is, of course, washing your hands for 20 seconds or more. If you don't have facilities to wash your hands, of course, that means using hand sanitizer. Wait means distance, 6 feet apart between you and others. And of course, the other W is to wear your mask. Wear it consistently, wear it correctly.
I do have a question for Dr. Whitman.
Okay, let me just reiterate that if I was going to pick the top 2, I would say wear your mask and stay 6 feet or more away from each other. Right now, we have evidence that this is spread through droplets. There's been some research, whether it's aerosol, there's been no studies that indicate that that's true. But as I said, this is a novel virus and we're learning as we go. And that would make ventilation and the distancing even more important. Now I'll be quiet and hear your question.
No, actually, Dr. Whitman, you just alluded to it. Could you talk a little bit about ventilation and the importance of ventilation when
Okay.
social distancing cannot be enforced?
Yes, first off, I'm not an MD, and so you don't have to call me doctor. I do have some piece of paper, but it had to do with engineering in my youth, so I appreciate that. Yes, ventilation is very important, but you're limited with the plants that you have. With your ventilation system, we have the same thing here in the health department. We have to get along with what we have. In the fall, if you have windows that you can open up and get some air circulating through, I'd leave that to the people that are in charge of your HVAC system, because sometimes if you open up a window, it impairs the integrity of the airflow through the filters. So ventilation is important, and I'd review that with your people in engineering, your HVAC folks.
Any other questions, Ms. Wallenmiller? Okay, if we could, Mr. Barath, could you please unmute?
Yes, sir.
Could you please address the question of ventilation? Remind the board of information you've provided previously on how our ventilation systems compare with what CDC recommendations are and why it would be problematic if we started opening windows.
Thank you, sir. And it's exactly as he said, it's the introduction of outside air to exchange with air inside the building, and all our building mechanical systems operate off that principle, where our units bring in exterior outside air into the building and exhaust air out. That keeps balance in the building, keeps a flow of outside air being introduced into spaces. Every building code every year has slight variations on the amounts that come in. And also some of our older buildings, which all of you are very familiar with, naturally let a lot of outside air into the building to begin with. So that occurs, and also our filters that we use in our mechanical systems are at a higher rating than those that the CDC recommends. The CDC recommended filter is a filter that does a pretty good job of some of the larger particulates and things in the air. However, our schools use a standard filter that the next step up is appropriate for university laboratories. If you increase our filters to that higher level, you begin to restrict airflow through there, and the units are not designed for more restriction of air, and then it harms the units and you lose your mechanical system potentially. So we have already using a higher level of a filter rating than the CDC recommends. Every month we're changing those out, and we're disinfecting the ductwork system at the schools. So between those measures, we are, as was expressed, working with what we have, but also taking it to the highest level we can.
Okay, thank you, John. Any other board members' questions for Mr. Garner and Mr. Whitman?
I have a question, but it's actually for Mr. Barath.
Okay, John, if you'll unmute, please, again.
Back to you, Mr. Barath. Currently under Plan B, are we making use of our cafeterias at all, or are all students eating in classrooms?
Currently, all students are eating in classrooms at the schools because their class sizes are small enough to continue to maintain the separation of 6 feet.
So as we eat within the classrooms, we are increasing the workload on our custodians as well. I'm assuming there's a lot more trash to be hauled out. Careful cleanups being done in classrooms where there may be spills and drops and that kind of thing as well. So the more we spread out and eat within our school buildings, the more wear and tear they take.
Yes. Not so much wear and tear as much as it takes more time from the custodial staff, correct?
I'd like to say thank you to the health department here for weighing in on this and for their support.
I do have one more question. I'm sorry, Ms. Carter.
Go ahead.
In terms of infection rates in the county, Mr. Whitman, where are you seeing most of, or how are the infections happening? Are they community spread? Are they direct contact? Where are you seeing the most?
Most of, I'll have Matt correct me if I drift off here because he's our PIO and over the data, but most of our infections have been in nursing homes. And that's where our most serious problems are. We do have community spread, and that is not insignificant. And I'm hoping that the more people that get tested, the better handle we'll have on that. Matt, do you have anything to add?
Thank you.
So Mr. Garner, this is Pam Thompson, and I guess I just want to ask the question from what we're seeing on the screen, that based on what you know when in your discussion with Dr. Powers and the process that we have now underway with our students in Plan B and virtual, that you and your department feels better in just holding off with what we're doing now and then just beginning after the holidays in January to go to Plan A?
Yes, I'm going to let Mr. Whitman, our health director, answer that one.
It was my recommendation based on consensus of my staff and the input and discussions with Dr. Grimacy and his staff. Since safety of the students and the faculty is your highest concern, and with cold weather coming and closing up buildings and all the other things that you've heard about already, it is my recommendation that you postpone going to Plan A until at least the start of the second semester, and continually review data in the schools as we go forward through the next few months or the next couple of months, and also the holiday season. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. You did. And again, I want to give my thanks to you and your department for your work and the collaboration with our team, just to make sure that we are in the know and we stay the course with keeping our students and our staff safe. Dr. Grimacy, I don't know if this question is for you, but as we look at what our next steps are, when we look at possibly our days that we're going to be out, the holidays coming up, I've begun to try to calculate, and we've got about 34, something like that, days that we have left to go.
If you start with October 12th and you go and you allow for Thanksgiving and Election Day, you get down to a number of days that it represents effectively, right at about 50% of the semester. So we're looking at about 8 weeks, about 8 to 9 weeks. If you look at a face-to-face day as 4-day weeks, multiply that times 4, you're looking at between 30 and 38 days of in-person instruction that you benefit from. And so as we will see, as Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf complete the presentation, you'll see our further analysis that demonstrates what the return on the investment would be if we go through the complexities of making a significant change in mid to late October, we have to ask ourselves, what is the return on that investment if we then have to turn around and change all that yet again for the beginning of the second semester? I think it's a reasonable, that has been a challenge that we've taken on ourselves.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm going to, if I can, Madam Chair, I'd like to pivot back to the presentation so we can move forward. Maybe if there's more discussion, we can have that, but I'd like to get a couple more slides in here so we can make some progress. But before we do, I want to give my unqualified statement of appreciation and gratitude to our partners at the Moore County Department of Health. Mr. Whitman and Mr. Garner and their staff have just really been the experts that we've needed them to be. They don't just rubber stamp our thoughts and the things that we want to do, and at the same time, they're not going out of their way to put obstacles in our way either. This has been a true collaboration, very collegial. I've not been in as many meetings as Dr. Powers, but I've always been impressed. Our soon to retire nurse coordinator, Phyllis Magnuson, has been part of these discussions, and I just can't say enough about the value of that relationship. As the board knows, and as our public knows, the governor and the State Department of Health and Human Services have put an option on the table for us to consider, moving K through 5 to Plan A. That is not a mandate. That's not a directive. And it's not intended to present the State Department's position that they think that now the disease has been mitigated so much that that this move is appropriate for every community. And that's why they've been very clear that they want each school district to take very seriously the wise counsel of their local departments of health. We have done that. I have promised Mr. Whitman and his staff I will not put this decision on them. I will not tell them that we're going to make them tell us what to do, but I have promised them that their wise counsel will certainly be some of the most important information that we consider as we look at the decisions that we have to make going forward. So before just in case they tune off before we're done with the presentation, I just want to make sure that I said that in their presence. So Robert, Matt, please convey our compliments and thanks yet again to your staff for your work with us.
Dr. Grimacy, I appreciate that, and I echo Phyllis is retiring. She was a former board member of the Board of Health here, and also a former chair of the board at one time. So we wish her well in her retirement. The working relationships between Dr. Grimacy and his staff have been nothing but convivial and at a high level. And I really appreciate the professionalism of Dr. Grimacy and his staff. And with that, I've got a Board of Health meeting tonight. If there's no other questions, I'll just say before I part, again, my strong recommendation is to stick with Plan A until you've got a chance to evaluate through the holidays and then revisit this in December. And with that, I'll say good afternoon.
Robert, I think you meant Plan B.
Oh, Plan B. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did mean Plan B. Plan B.
Just want to clarify
Plan
that,
A.
because Mary Kate's listening, so I want to make sure that we make that.
As my kindergarten and first grade teacher will tell you, I had a tendency to transpose letters and numbers from time to time, and I just did, and I apologize.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.
All right. Dr. Powers, is there anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
No, sir. I think it's all been said, and I'm like you, very appreciative of our health department, especially joining us today to share that information.
Very good. Turn it back to Dr. Metcalf, Dr. Locklear.
I'll take it from here. Another piece of critical information in the decision making is our staff and the feedback and the information that they provide to us. So we did survey our staff. We got 650 respondents, elementary staff, and we have 730 certified and classified staff. So that means our response rate was about 90%, which we thought was excellent. The question was to rate their comfort level with the governor's Plan A for K through 5 students. On the right side of the screen, you'll see that I kind of laid it out with the actual numbers for each of the 5 selections they could for rating, along with the percentages. And then on the bottom, I combined the comfortable and the very comfortable responses. So you'll notice that of our elementary school staff, 650 respondents, 31% or 204 indicated they were either comfortable or very comfortable with the governor's plan to move back the K-5 students. 51%, 331 respondents indicated that they were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable. When you look just at teachers, 35% or 93 respondents of teachers were comfortable, very comfortable, and 121 teachers, 49%, indicated they were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable. We also looked at our administrators. That includes our assistant principals and assistant principals at the elementary level. 11 of the 21 who responded indicated they were comfortable or very comfortable, and 8 responded they were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable moving the students back at this time. 2 were neutral. We did get some feedback from them. If you can go to the next slide, Laura, thank you. Some staff comments. So if they responded that they were uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, we asked them to give us some feedback of why that may be the case. We had 361 responses. These were the most common. We kind of put them into groups. Real concerns with the minimal social distancing. I really think that in talking with the teachers, as I've done different schools, they really appreciate how thoughtful and our measured approach when we came back, the processes and procedures that we've put in place have made them safe, and they have concerns with us moving away from that so quickly. They were concerned with what the flu season may bring. Dr. Whitman brought that up as well, and they indicated that themselves. They wanted to make sure that there was time for appropriate disinfection. They certainly see that happening on Wednesdays, that they know that there's disinfection that they themselves are doing in between classes. They're concerned with a full class that may be a little bit more difficult. They mentioned keeping Wednesdays as remote learning days. The impact on scheduling changes on students. It impacted a number of students, moving, shifting. They had concerns about that. Just the screening times, the processes and procedures they have in place in the morning, the car backup line, just that came up a number of times as a concern, the longer times to screen students. And it just didn't want to make sure we err on the side of caution. Again, my sense is that they really feel like we were very careful on our approach as we moved to Plan B in the beginning of the summer. They've been very appreciative of that, the processes and procedures that each school put into place. They want to make sure we're equally as thoughtful and measured as we move toward Plan A. We also wanted to get feedback from our parents. We have little over 3,600 students, and we had 2,112 responses. So we think we're about an over 70% response rate for our parents, which is really incredible from what we usually get when we ask questions such as this. And so very pleased with that. Again, I've got the 5 categories up there on the right, and then put down the combined down on the bottom. 68% or 1,441 of the respondents, the parents, indicated that they were comfortable or very comfortable with Governor's Plan A. 25% or 519 responded that they were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable. We asked them one additional question with them, which is on the next slide. And that is, if you were uncomfortable, would you want the virtual option? 173 families. Now, of course, that's families. They may have more than one student in their family, but 173 families indicated that if we were to move back to Plan A, they would want the option of a virtual option, the Connect Virtual Academy option available to them rather than move back. Some of the feedback that they provided really mirrored much of what we heard from the staff. Concerns with the social distancing, the increased number of students, the 6 feet that we're not going to be able to meet, that social distancing was a real concern. Concerns with transportation and the social distancing on that. The need for an online option came up repeatedly. And of course, we saw that we had that 173 families who wanted that option. The need to do everything we could to keep the class sizes small, even if we were to bring them back. The need for time for appropriate disinfection. The Wednesdays actually came from our parents, a number of responses, a high number of responses saying we need to keep that remote learning day on Wednesday for sanitation purposes. The concern of the impact of scheduling, there were questions about whether that would impact their child, whether they would have been felt comfortable with one teacher and now halfway through a semester be shifted to another teacher and having to learn the processes and procedures of that class all over again. That came up. Caution, wanted to take that measured approach. And a couple of them said this, they were very comfortable as long as existing precautions remain. They want to make sure there's still student screening, which there would be. They want to make sure that they would still be wearing masks, which they would be. But they also talked about 6 feet of social distancing, which, as we've talked about, is going to be a challenge, and the cohorted lunches that Mr. Brath has talked about as a challenge too. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Locklear to talk about some of the benefits and some of the challenges.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. I think we've talked about ever since the summer, all of our goals are to get our students back in school every day as soon as it's safe to do so. And we've heard from the American Academy of Pediatrics, from our governor, from our North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, about the benefits, especially of our K-5 students of getting back in school and how that benefits them from a physical health standpoint, from a social emotional health standpoint, and from a learning standpoint. And so certainly when we look at the benefits of K-5 implementing and going into Plan A, certainly, all our face-to-face students will have the opportunity for breakfast and lunch and for an in-person connection with staff 4 days a week. We know that we'll be able to better support their social emotional learning needs when we see them more often. We'll be able to put strategies in place, supports in place, just generally checking in with them on a more regular basis. We also know that when you're able to see your face-to-face students all together 4 days a week, this will allow for learning and teaching to be focused on one cohort of face-to-face students versus two, enabling a more efficient instructional delivery. But while the benefits are great, and we know they are, there are also, we'll go to the next slide, Laura, we also know there's some risk and challenges of implementing K-5 Plan A. The first of those we've heard many times throughout our analysis today, limited to very limited social distancing. We know that social distancing in the classroom, on the school bus, while students are eating lunch, will be limited. We will no longer be able to ensure that 6 feet of social distancing that we are under Plan B. We also know there's a potential impact on workforce preservation. If we bring all our students back, we have to be concerned. We have to be mindful. We have to be thoughtful and careful about the potential impact on workforce preservation. With more students in the classroom, how might that impact our staff potentially being exposed more to COVID-19 or having to quarantine as a result of that? So we have to be mindful of that. We know that there'll be, as Mike talked about, and we heard already, increased time for those required daily health screening process. We know that every day as our students come in Plan B, they're screened with the questions for COVID-19. They have a temperature taken before they get into the buildings. And right now, that's about 30 to 35% on a daily basis of our face-to-face students. With Plan A, that's going to be 65 to 70% of our students who will have to be worked through that. And we know that's going to be certainly increased time as a result. We've heard about the increased daily demand on sanitation on our custodians and our teachers, increased daily demand. We also would see for after-school daycare requests and having to plan for that and implement that. And in conversations with our school nurses, we know that they have concerns about the potential impact on their daily caseload of being able to make sure they're supporting the safety and health of our students and our staff. And our school nurses are dedicated to that. And they've had conversations about what this might look like. And so they're concerned about that potential impact. And as we've heard from Mr. Whitman, The impact of the flu season is unknown at this time, and our school nurses have talked about that concern as well. And then lastly, we've heard from Dr. Metcalf that if we implemented this, we've got at least 173 families who would want an all virtual option. That's not to mention how many families might want to come out of the Connect all virtual option into face-to-face instruction. And really based on the complexities of how the Connect Academy has been built and supported, we're really unable to enroll or withdraw students from Connect Academy until the end of this first semester. And so, you might ask, why? What is so challenging? If we go to the next slide, Laura, what is so challenging about opening up the Connect Academy mid-semester? And I think we certainly should share a couple points about that. We have over 3,600 students and 400 teachers who are currently part of the K-12 Connect Academy. This includes 1,550 K-5 students and 182 K-5 teachers. 59% of our Connect Academy staff K-12 teach both face-to-face and Connect students. 110 of those staff members that teach both are K-5 staff. So opening up the Connect Academy at this time right now could significantly disrupt staff and student schedules. If you open that up right now, our administrators and their school teams are going to have to rework the puzzle of the schedule of how to support these options for students in the middle of the semester. This would have a strong potential to impact the teacher assignments of both our face-to-face students who've gotten to know, as we've heard already, gotten to know their students, their teachers over the first half of this semester, and it could have the potential to impact the teacher assignments of our Connect students. And this could impact the teacher assignments of not only students who are requesting a change in and out, but of students who have not requested a change, as our school teams work to balance and redo that schedule. And so as that happens as well, it's important to note that our Connect students, if they're changing teachers, those daily schedules that they've gotten used to over these several weeks of the school year as it's begun may also change as a result of that teacher change. And so again, there's great benefits to implementing Plan A for our K-5 students. There's also some risk and some challenges. And as we as a staff have reviewed that, analyzed that, and balanced that, and been thoughtful and measured about it, our recommendation is that we begin K-5 Plan A at the beginning of the second semester on January 5th, 2021. Remembering that our calendar this year, our second semester starts sooner than it has in previous calendars because our school calendar started earlier this year. And so as Ms. Thompson and Dr. Grimsey was talking about earlier, that's about 35 or so face-to-face student days between the board meeting next week and actually implementing Plan A. When you count in the holidays, Election Day, that's about 35 or so face-to-face days. We also think it's important simultaneously, though, to be prepared for grade 6-12 to also begin Plan A during the second semester, if approved by the governor. And so with that recommendation, we also have a timeline and plan we'd like to share with the board today. Laura, if you'll go to the next slide. Our timeline, our recommended timeline and plan that we'd like to share with you in order to move this work forward is that after your board meeting next week, from October 12th to October 30th, that we would continue to plan for the Connect Academy, the K-12 enrollment and re-enrollment process for second semester. So very important that as we're planning for this, we're setting up systems and processes and we're communicating with our parents that anyone who's interested in having that all virtual option second semester either needs to enroll or re-enroll. There's no automatic rollover. So that's all going to be part of that process that we're going to be communicating and opening up a window to do. Also during this timeline, October 26th to November 13th, the request for second semester transportation, K-12, will take place. If there's any parent who believes their child, their student will need transportation during the second semester, whether we're on Plan A or whether we're on Plan B, they should request it during this window. November 2nd to November 13th, the second semester Connect Academy enrollment and re-enrollment window will open. When that closes from November 16th to December 18th, our teams and our schools will be scheduling and staffing the Connect Academy and face-to-face classes for second semester. Laura, if you go to the next slide, please. As we get into December 7th to December 18th, the Transportation Department will be sending letters home to new bus riders and then handing revised bus route information to our current bus riders. And then, as we have shared with our recommendation, on January 5th, second semester will begin and Plan A will be implemented for our K-5 students. Simultaneously, we'll be planning for the potential Plan A implementation during the second semester for grades 6-12. So that is our staff's recommendation, and that's the recommended timeline and plan, and certainly staff is available for additional questions and discussion at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, we'll entertain questions. I just would like to add that we have been mindful of Southern Pines Elementary School as well, a school that will be consolidating at the beginning of the second semester. And in our discussions with Principal Tanya Wagner, the complexity that would confront Southern Pines Elementary School if they had to do a restructuring of their scheduling between remote and face-to-face prior to Christmas, and then turn right around, consolidate everybody, bring them back in. Obviously, we can't let one school be the one that sort of is the primary driver of a decision of this magnitude. But in the context of this, that also cannot be ignored. We have a very complex arrangement occurring with Southern Pines Elementary School, where we would like the attention for these next couple of months to be solely on consolidating those schools after Christmas. And if Ms. Wagner and her staff know that they're going to be opening with Plan A, that gives them one thing to plan for and increases the chance of their success. So at this time, Madam Chair, we'll entertain any broader questions from board members that have come up since we spoke about halfway through.
All right, folks. All right, do you have questions at this point?
I have a few, if that's okay with y'all. I was kind of waiting until the end so I wouldn't disrupt anybody, but so my question is, if we did start in January, would you give people the option to do the 2-day, or would it just be Plan A and Plan C?
Well, this recommendation is that we would be implementing Plan A, which would be a 4-day-a-week face-to-face instruction for our K-5 students. We also have to be aware that even with this recommendation and with this implementation, that the governor could come back and put us into Plan B again, and restrict us from being in Plan A. So we have to continue to be aware of the potential necessity to go back and forth between Plan A, Plan B, and our Plan C. But this recommendation is specific, Ms. Codwell, to implementing the Plan A 4 days a week for K-5.
Okay.
Well, in answer to part of your question there, Connect Academy is going to continue on during second semester no matter what. So parents who opt for a fully virtual thing won't be in Plan C, they'd be in Connect Academy, where hopefully we won't be returning to a Plan C, which would throw everyone onto virtual.
Mm-hmm. And I also wanted to mention, because I've seen a lot of comments as well as I know people, they wanted us to make a decision today, obviously, but even if we did make a decision today, it necessarily wouldn't mean that we'd be acting on it right away anyhow, even if it wasn't the plan. So I just kind of wanted to point that out there too, that this is not something that you can just say yes and then tomorrow they go back to school. It's something that has to be thought out, and you guys did do a great job on doing that. I did have another question, and oh gosh, sorry, I have notes everywhere. Sorry, let's see.
We can come back to you, Stacy.
Oh, here it is. Have you thought about, because a lot of it has been going around with IEP students as well. Have you thought about maybe having IEP students coming an extra day before January to get in what they need to get in, since parents are struggling with that?
It's a great question, Ms. Codwell. Dr. Bullard has been working behind the scenes, as we noted in the summer, that there'd be potential for that during Plan B, the potential to bring in some of our most fragile, most at risk EC students. Dr. Bullard is continuing to be looking at that and analyzing that, and is developing a plan to bring to Dr. Grimsey for his approval, to be looking at our most highest risk, if you will, or our most fragile EC students, to potentially bringing them back in more often here in later in October, November.
Thank you. That's all I
Of
have.
course, just to make sure we verify, decisions about services for children are made by IEP committees. And we are obligated by law to provide those services. And so there's a separate process by which that's determined, and that's all done on a case-by-case basis. So what Dr. Bullard's done very well is to try to maximize the opportunities that are available to all the IEP committees. And I certainly will be predisposed to support such a plan as she puts it together.
Dr. Grimsey and Dr. Locklear, I have an additional question on that, if you don't mind. Stacy, are you done? Yeah, so this at-risk students include EC students. Has there been any thought about other students who are at risk or who are falling behind right now, or who are showing any types of distress that we might want to be able to bring in or provide services for outside of the EC and the IEP process? What can we do?
Yeah.
What can we do, and what have we been doing?
We could give a whole presentation on the MTSS process. All of our processes for tracking student progress are still very robust and occurring with regularity. So Tim and Mike, we literally have to go school by school and talk about how each one is measuring our students' progress, finding out those that are behind, whether it's attendance or, as you all know, we issued a communicate message last week to remind all of our students and parents that they're not held harmless. The students are not held harmless this fall by the state like they were last spring. And we issued that because we had some feedback from teachers and principals that it would help them if we would issue that sort of a statement. So I'll let you sort of guess for yourselves that our folks are working with that. But Mr. Locklear or Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf, there's a lot going on to address individual student progress. How can we summarize that?
I think each of our principals and their teams from the beginning, since we started school, they have the opportunity to work with individual, very unique or extenuating circumstances. As you know, Ms. Wallenmiller, there's someone who's really in a high risk situation, whatever that may be. Our principals always have the opportunity to work with their social workers, work with the counselors, work with their teachers to make sure we're addressing it as best possible. We're not necessarily tracking each one of those cases at the district level, but we know that they're going on, and our principals have the opportunity to address that. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, there's no broad district top-down edict or cookbook that provides easy answers. It's hard work to track each individual child's needs, and each principal is held accountable for ensuring that there's a system and process at the local level to do that. To the extent that a principal contacts the district staff and says, hey, I could use some help with some aspect of that, we certainly are ready to do that, and we actually do that. That's a lot of the work of Donna Gephardt and her team, and Kim Bullard and her team.
I'm struck by some of the conversation today that the challenges that we have and the obstacles that we have are in some ways tied to the fact that we are in Plan B already, and that we made that leap early before many other districts. I think we were one of only 40% of the districts that actually did start some in-person instruction. And that's, I think it's a benefit that we started in-person instruction for a majority of our students who are willing to do that. But it is frustrating now that the challenge of switching at this point is, there's just a lot of obstacles.
There's a lot of obstacles for every school district. I would challenge anyone to let us know if there's a major move to Plan A going on across North Carolina. There is not a substantial movement of districts. Those of us that are on Plan B are communicating with each other. There are those that are going to move to Plan A before the holidays. There are many that are in Plan C that are intending on staying there. There are those in Plan C that are planning on moving to Plan B, and they have as part of that a subsequent move to Plan B as an intermediate measure to Plan A. Any of you all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that a commitment to Plan A for K through 5 and possibly 6 through 12 for second semester still puts Moore County among those on the forward point of that movement to get beyond Plan C. Clearly, the infection rates across our region are as bad as they have been since the beginning of the pandemic. So there is no, as you heard from your health department experts today, one has to really ask oneself what the motivation is to move in this direction when the data is as bad now as it's ever been. And so that's based on a lot of confidence that we have in what we know now about the disease, our ability to mitigate it. But don't take that effort to mitigate against this disease for granted. Our teachers still need to teach. And we currently right now are weighing heavily on them to do a lot of extra work just to keep their environments safe. We eliminate social distancing and we get to the place where we have double the number of students present without their masks on and eating. We have to make sure that they're separated by 6 feet at least. The colder weeks and months are coming. They'll be indoors more than they'll be outdoors. And I think it's a real credit to school districts across the state that they're looking carefully at how to do this, but do so and not do so recklessly.
Given the numerous opportunities of opening K through 5 at mid-semester, are we not likely to have the same scenario if we get the go-ahead to open grades 6 through 12 mid-semester in the second semester?
That's a good question, Mr. Weaver. I think that if we plan for that possibility at the beginning of the semester, that will put us through a thought process that enables us to do it at mid-semester. So we have already had conversations about the need for us during second semester to be ready for both, to perhaps begin the semester on Plan B and be able to upscale to Plan A, or to start at Plan A and stay there. I think if we go to Plan A, the likelihood of us staying there is very high unless we get a governor's directive to go back. But if we go back from Plan A, I would submit to this board that the likely scenario is that situation would be so bad that we would probably go back to Plan C at that point. I don't see a lot of justification for the demands on staff and the expense of bouncing back and forth between plans A and B. I think if you had once you go to B or once you go to A, you have a situation that's so bad that you have to retreat from that. I think that situation is going to demand Plan C. And so going back to Plan C is, we just simply do what we did last year, but do it better than we've done it before. So this transition, this discussion of Plan A, I think is more complex if we start out at Plan B and then we later on go to Plan A. I think the better thing to do would be to start out at Plan A if the governor approves it. And then, if something happens, we drop all the way back to Plan C, and then we try to get ourselves back to something else later on if that presents itself. As you can see by my response, this is a complicated challenge. And it involves the health and safety of people, and so we'll use this time that we have between now and Christmas to have that set up. Let me just also reiterate that the difference between any sort of rushed effort at this point as opposed to after the beginning of the second semester, is that we can have a very thoughtful progression that involves the Connect Academy enrollment. People that are in Connect Academy that have decided that at the end of the first semester, they want to come back to face-to-face instruction, and it doesn't matter whether it's A or B. That is when we can do that in an orderly way that enables us to adjust staffing. And likewise, for those that are uncomfortable with the more limited social distancing, who would prefer that their child go into the Connect Academy, will then have an orderly way by which they can make that transition. Then the staff will have an orderly way by which to reassign teachers in a way that doesn't disrupt what all of our students have come to be accustomed to with knowing who their teacher is. You have a reality if you try to make this happen before Christmas. Teachers will change. The teacher that the child has had to this point, there is a high likelihood, probably as much as 50% likelihood, that child is going to have a separate teacher for the second quarter, and then another teacher for the second semester, if we feel a need to place an expectation on staff to make this happen before the holidays.
If I could just quickly add, our reality in the summer were that our school teams pulled together that data and pulled a schedule together and scheduled a whole school in about 2 weeks. Incredible feat that was pulled together there. This timeline does allow our schools more time to thoughtfully plan based on the data they receive from that enrollment and re-enrollment process, which allows them to plan for the A and B scenario, if you will.
Any other questions?
I think you've given us all lots to think about. We've received a lot of emails from parents and from teachers that give us direction to go both ways. And so there's a great deal to consider. It is just customary that we expect our senior staff to put together such thorough and competent reports, and I think we've gotten another one today. At this point, are there any other questions on what item was this on the agenda? Item E on the agenda. All right, seeing no further questions, we offer our thanks to Mr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf, others who have helped with the presentation, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Madam Chair, if I could, your last two items, pending action items, are very routine, and you have a natural break at the end of that. If we could get those last routine pending action items in, that would be beneficial.
Well, I guess we can, although I've seen a lot of squirming people.
Okay, well then I'll let the squirms overcome the recommendation, and certainly we'll embrace the 10-minute break.
Okay, we'll be back at 4:33.
Thank you. John Barath, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We are live again. Thank you.
All right, let's call this meeting back to order. Dr. Grimacy, will return to you for item F.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will defer to Mr. Barath for First Amendment to temporary construction easement agreement and right-of-way dedication for the new Southern Pines Elementary School, item 2F. Mr. Barath.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. So, board members, back in January 2019, you approved a temporary easement agreement to construct the South Carlisle Street extension over at the new Southern Pines Elementary School. The roadway is being constructed on property that's outside of your control. It's on another owned property. And so the easement that was agreed to had an expiration of October 1st, 2020. As shared with the board on previous updates, we have had an impact to the schedule at Southern Pines with some incidents of COVID to the trades and suppliers, which has extended that completion a little past that. So we quickly asked our board attorney to work with the property owner to extend the temporary agreement, which they have successfully done. And just as a margin of safety so that we don't have to do this again should something happen, it has been being extended to January 15th of 2021. There are no additional costs to the board with this extension of this amendment. And at the
John, you're muted. Mr. Barath. Mr. Eklund. Mr. Eklund, we've
Yes,
lost.
I'm here. Yeah, I could pop over and see what's going on.
Mr. Barath.
And Dr. Grimacy, on F, for our agenda, is that the bid award for new Pinehurst Elementary Technology?
No, ma'am, you're using an outdated agenda.
Okay.
This was an item that was added over the weekend.
Okay, thank you.
I'm calling Mr. Barath now.
Thank you.
You're me. Computer looks like it froze up. Okay, are you coming back on?
I'm going to have to go out and try to get back on here. I'm sorry, I did not see that it froze up on me.
Okay.
And I think I got a reboot. So if you want to move on,
I've got. Madam Chair, can you hear Mr. Barath?
I can hear him, yes.
John, please continue with your presentation since all you have is the executive summary as a visual.
Yeah, let me.
John, I've got you on live. Do you want to just finish what you were saying? And yeah, your only visual is your executive summary, so that's already up. We just need you to finish what you were saying.
Where did I leave off, sir?
You had explained that this involved the Carlisle Street property that enabled us to get on, and you were just about done.
Okay. And so this is a routine extension to an agreement, no cost to the board for the project at any point on this for this amendment. And following inspection and acceptance by the town, the property will be turned over to the town and controlled under their maintenance roadways.
Okay.
And if there's any questions anybody has.
All right. So board members, if you have any questions, I'll convey those to Mr. Barath. Any questions on this? John, they're indicating no questions on this. Item G. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Okay,
Mr. Hear me now?
Yeah, okay, item 2G.
Thank you. Apologize about that. 2G is, again, something you're familiar with. With every project, we bring before the board agreements for certain aspects of construction throughout. This one is for the Pinehurst Elementary. It is the technology cabling that goes throughout the building. This is, again, what enables access to Wi-Fi's, to phones, to access control systems, video cameras, etc. throughout. We have issued a request for proposal for bid to 6 companies that we have worked with over the years. As a result, we received only one response for a bid, and that is by Interconnect Products and Services. They have performed this work at McDeeds Creek Elementary and Southern Pines Elementary as well. When I reached out to the vendors to find out why I received only one quote, one of the responses that was consistent throughout each of them is they did not have available workers to take on new work at this time. They were overwhelmed with work already underway. And so they were citing that there was a lot of pent up and delayed projects that were all cutting loose about the same time. So they were overwhelmed as it was with work. Comparatively with the other projects, McDeeds Creek was about $223,000 for structured cabling. Aberdeen Elementary School was $172,000. Southern Pines was $155,000, and this one is $210,500. Southern Pines is the outlier there, with its number a little under where we would have expected it to be, but that was also a school that had a very confined footprint and added some additional technology rooms that shortened the runs to a few of the locations for data. And so in reviewing of the bid that was submitted, it is within the budget for the county funding of the school construction through the bond that's been issued, and it fits within the approved project budget. And if there's any questions anyone has regarding this.
Any questions from board members?
John, I actually have a comment. I got to drive by there yesterday, and I know this doesn't really have much to do with what we're talking about here, but I just wanted to say it's looking beautiful. I was so surprised of how much you guys have already done, and it almost even looks like we're ahead of schedule. And it's so beautiful. So I wanted to give my compliments out to them because I was just astonished by it.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. We just don't want the contractors to know that you think that we're ahead of schedule. Mr. Parath and I try to not let them ever feel that way. Ms. Wallen-Miller.
Yes, I did just have a quick question. You were alluding to the fact of why some costs were cheaper, but why is this one a little bit more, do you think?
Well, since
McDeeds
Creek first bid out, that was back in, I think it was early 2019. There's been some cost increases that have come up. Since then, this is less than McDeeds Creek was, but if you look at the footprint of the building, it does have a long linear front for horizontal runs of cabling. So that has a little bit to play with it. Labor has gone up as well since 2019. We have been following the trend, if you recall, from when we first presented the budgets and we were projecting impact of costs with escalation of labor and materials. We have found that the projects have been sort of on track with our original price or percentage of growth that we had projected.
And is this within our budget?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Mr. Barath.
Yes, sir.
It's John Weaver, and I may have missed it. You may have said, who is doing the Southern Pines Elementary School?
The same company, Interconnect.
Same company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, I also think the competitive, they may not tell us this, but I think the environment right now, I think it was a reasonable risk on Internet Connect's part to come back with the full cost and not shave a lot, knowing that everybody is under demand right now. I think we had a pretty competitive environment for Southern Pines Elementary, did we not?
We did. We had 4 bids come in for Southern Pines Primary. Yeah. So that was a time where people were looking at available workforce.
That doesn't help. I mean, that doesn't explain it by itself, but it always helps when we have a real competitive landscape. But right now, that is not the case. And we can't hold up the construction of the school waiting on that, particularly when we're within budget. So the good news is we're within budget. Any other questions from board members? It does come with my recommendation for approval, so we can charge on with completion of Pinehurst Elementary School, making good progress there. Madam Chair, the staff awaits the board's direction concerning the pending action items as to where you want to place them, be they on consent or by board action next week.
I would recommend that items A, which is the budget, B, which is the administration of student surveys, and E, which is the consideration of Plan A, all become action items. And I believe everything else could be on the consent agenda.
So,
This
Madam Chair,
sounds good to me.
Madam Chair, to be clear, C would be consent.
Okay, so C, D, F, and G would all become consent.
And then A, B, and E would be board action.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Dennison concurs.
I
Are you going to
concur as
request
well.
a motion? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Any objections, board members?
No.
Because we always do that by just sort of consensus. Yeah. Okay.
I agree, Pam, I agree.
Okay. Thank you. The clerk and I will then act accordingly and establish your agenda for next week based on that direction. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, you ready to move on to reports, information, and discussion?
Yes, sir.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf. Dr. Metcalf. Is Mike Metcalf available?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. If Laura can move to the next slide, we can get started with our 1920 capstone outcomes. As you know, the closure of the school move to remote learning back in March 13th impacted a number of the key outcomes that we would normally receive. Students were not required to take the end of course test or the North Carolina final exams, and the grading practice, particularly for seniors, where they were able to get a passing grade at March 13th, a P on their transcript, impacts some of the outcomes that we would normally get. That aside to the fact, we still have a number of what we call capstone outcomes that we can share with the board this afternoon. Foremost on that, on the next slide, is our four-year cohort graduation rate of 93.5%. That's the highest Moore County graduation rate that I can remember, and clearly the highest in the last 6 years, I think beyond that. And what that means is that our Moore County school students who began in 9th grade in 2015-16, 93.5% of them graduated within the expected 4 years. And one of the questions I often get when I share that is, are you saying then that 6.5% dropped out and that's your dropout rate? Well, that's certainly not the case. Some of our students, for example, may have to work through the summer or take an additional semester or other things come up. Our dropout rate we won't receive until late October, early November, but it's always less than 1%. And so I don't want to confuse anybody with that. 93.5% four-year cohort graduation rate is outstanding. If you can move to the next slide, please. I had to compare us to the state of North Carolina, and you can say I give North Carolina great credit. It's a good news that each year they've trended up to 87.6% in 2019-20. We have too, and we've trended all the way up to 93.5%. Now, it may be that the grading impact for our seniors has an impact on that graduation rate. I think it would be relatively low, but even if you looked at the difference between, the state increased about 1.1% from 2018-19. We increased 2.5% between 2018-19 and 2019-20. And even if you took all that out, we still increased over 1.4%. So even if you took out any perceived impact of that rule about the seniors grading that was applied across the entire state of North Carolina, we still saw a greater increase than the state of North Carolina did. And we maintained the difference, as we have the last 6 years, above where the state's graduation rate is. I think that's something to be very proud of. Next slide, please. We're also pleased that we exceeded the state in all subgroups. Obviously, the work continues to close our gaps, but it is positive that we are above the state in all of our subgroups. In fact, when you round up, you'll note that not a single subgroup is below 80%. So much to be proud of there, and we maintain that difference from where the state is. Next slide, please. As Mr. Dennison has reported out, we have the 12th highest public school graduation rate in the state of North Carolina. And Moore County Schools' graduation rate is the highest among the 42 public school districts that graduate 700 or more students. I want to say that one more time. Moore County Schools' graduation rate is the highest among the 42 public school districts that graduate 700 or more students. And when they graduate, we know our students are ready for the next step in life. We know that for several reasons. One is because of their success on the ACT. Now, the ACT, this group of seniors took when they're in 11th grade. The North Carolina System's ACT benchmark is 17. And for Moore County Schools, 60.5% of them met that ACT North Carolina System benchmark. In comparison to North Carolina, we're almost 5% above that. They're at 55.8%. It is a drop from the previous years. There may be some reasons for that. Some of our early graduates may not have taken the ACT. There may be some reasons around that, but we're still maintaining that difference over the state of North Carolina's results. We know that they can be successful because they're taking college classes while they're with us, and we just continue to see, should see great pride in the work that's done over the 5 years. The number of students completing at least one college course has increased from 636 students to 1,044. They're taking more courses from 1,291 to 3,099. They're earning college credits from 883 courses to 2,875 for college credit. And the pass rate has increased from 68.4% to 92.7% in these classes. That's a 24% increase. And as we reported last year, our pass rate for our students is significantly higher than the non-high school students' pass rate is at Sandhills Community College. Our students do very well.
Dr. Metcalf?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you think that is?
It's hard to put a finger necessarily on that. I think that the opportunities for the Sandhills Promise motivates students to take some of these courses, work to get the college credit for those courses. That's part of it. I think a lot of the work, quite honestly, that we've done in the lower grades, trying to move some students into some of the advanced classes coming out of middle school makes them want to take some of the classes that are available to them at the high school level. I think that increases it. I think our career and technical department and our C&I department have done an exceptional job of making students aware of what the opportunities are and making them very diverse and trying to meet individual desires. Our students are doing quite well. We should be quite proud of them.
It's exciting.
I'd like to add too that when we set up our partnership with Sandhills Community College, that inspired this growth back in 2015-16, the fact that the county commissioners at that time allotted an increase in our annual local contribution that funded 2 full-time guidance counselors to work with our students in the CCP program, I think also helped. We're intentional about encouraging their success while they're there. So I think we've done a very good job of preparing our students and as they come through elementary and middle school and their early matriculation in high school, I think we've done a very good job of preparing them. And then once they go, I think we do a very good job of supporting them.
Dr. Metcalf, this is Dr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Why are we using earned a grade of D or higher? Because D does not transfer if they move into a 4-year institution.
It gets them the credit that they earn, that credit for Sandhills Community College.
Okay.
Which is
So Sandhills does let it apply for their degrees.
right. That's the standard that they set for that.
Okay.
And that was the same standard, Dr. Brown, that we applied back in 2015-16 when the pass rate was below what the normal pass rate would be. But a lot of that was new. Those were the early pioneers of our students that were taking these courses, and you can see where we've grown. You can also see the effects of Stacy Patterson and Josh Newton and the work they've done as our guidance counselors and making sure that our students learn those lessons they need to learn to be independent learners on a college campus. In that respect, it's the envy of many other school districts right now.
81% of our students self-report that they receive college acceptance letters. 81% have received that acceptance letters, and when they get those acceptance, there's money available to them. We can move to that next slide, please. Almost $20 million was earned last year. That is a drop. That's one that we think may have been impacted by COVID. We didn't have those students right there. The other thing that impacts them is that many of our students are choosing the Sandhills Promise, which is a great opportunity, as we know, for them. But when they do that, they may not be applying to 4-year colleges that often offer high scholarships. And so those dollars that would come with that offer don't come in because they've already made the decision to do the Sandhills Promise. And when Moore County School students do attend college, they do quite well. My Future North Carolina is a statewide nonprofit organization that's focused on educational attainment. They work with the Carolina Population Center at UNC to do some comparison data that we track and is tracked across the state. And we are compared, Moore County is compared to a peer group made up of 50 other counties from across the state who look like us. 70% of the Moore County high school students who enroll in a post-secondary institution, 70% of Moore County high school students enroll in a post-secondary institution. That's versus 57% for those peer counties that we're compared against. Of that 70%, 77% persist into the second year of school versus 73% for the peer counties. And of that 70% that enroll, 56% of the students earn a degree or a credential within 6 years, as compared to 49% from our peer counties. So our students not only go on to college, they persist, and then they are successful. College isn't for everyone. We know that college is not the desire of every student. That's why you as a board have put tremendous focus on our career and technical programs and providing opportunities for our students to earn credentials while they're in high school so that they have opportunities when they leave school beyond just going to college. In 2015-16, 534 credentials were earned. In 2019-20, 3,285 were earned. This is a slight decrease from the 3,923 from 2018 and 19, but honestly, with the closure to remote learning, we're real pleased that it didn't drop lower than that. There are certain classes where they have to have face time in order to be able to earn the opportunity to take the test. Certified nursing, vet tech, pharmacy tech are a couple examples of that.
Job site experience that they've got. Yeah, they've got to have those hours on a job site that they just weren't able to get this year.
It just weren't. We did a lot of work with a number of students throughout the summer to try to bring them in to get that opportunity. So even though they had technically graduated or perhaps moved on, we were still working with them to try to get them the credentials. And that's why that number isn't lower. But what an increase from 534 in 2015-16 to 3,285 in 2019-20. A lot to be proud of there.
Dr. Metcalf, I never miss the opportunity to remind us that career and technical education is not just for students that don't go to college. One of the beauties of our Career and College Promise program with Sand Hills Community College is that it has continued to sort of break down the barrier between those. And we see a lot of students that are progressing into these programs, be they on our campuses or they're at Sand Hills Community College, where you really can't tell the difference between a student that is going to go on to a four-year college and one that's not. They're all functioning at a high level, and our CTE teachers and our CTE department leadership deserve a lot of credit.
Absolutely. And Amanda Dixon would say that there are a number of students who come in 9th or 10th grade and take some CTE courses, and before you know it, they're taking high-level courses at UNC and never planned to do that. But the opportunity presented itself, and their eyes opened, and new challenges presented.
We are recognized as a leader in this area across the state of North Carolina, and our intentioned focus on career and technical education is really recognized, and the efforts that we're making to mold it with our K-8 STEM initiative really has made Moore County a school district that many other counties across North Carolina are looking to for inspiration and for ideas.
Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, happy to answer any questions.
Could you revert back to that slide? There seemed to be a tremendous acceleration starting in the year 2017-18. Was there anything that precipitated that?
We started assessing, and a number of more credentials came available to us. I mean, one part of our 5-year plan that we started actually before 2015-16 was to increase the number of credentials that were offered to students. So that's part of that jump. Part of that jump too is a work keys that we provide, which is a work preparation certification that students can get, and that jumped them as well.
I'd like to add that that's when we employed Amanda Dixon and Tracy McNeil and became very intentional about aligning K-8 STEM with secondary CTE. That we became very intentional about workforce credentials and going beyond CTE completers and being very intentional about workforce credentials. This is a clear example. This pattern that you see here is a clear example that Moore County Schools prioritizes career and technical education at a very high level. We're very inspired by what we see in Europe. And to the extent that you can in an American public education system, we've tried to sort of replicate this notion of breaking down the barriers between CTE and college-bound students, particularly in the areas of engineering. And I think even in our alternative education program, when we see that we've got alternative education students building a home and getting college credit for doing so, and even one of them going on to pursue his associate's degree, really is evidence that Moore County Schools' commitment to career and technical education is one that's worth celebrating.
Mike, I'd like to make a comment on the career and technical education also. Please. That Moore County Schools was the only district in their region and affinity group to exceed all 8 standards the state of Michigan has for career and technical education.
And
one of very few in the state.
North Carolina too, Ed.
What's that?
State of Michigan. I didn't know we were on. We were knocking down the state of Michigan standards, but I know we got the North Carolina ones knocked down.
The North Carolina ones, then. Well, we don't have the snow down here we had in Michigan either. But that's a tremendous accomplishment. It's just unbelievable to me what they've been able to do. And I think the career and technical education program may be a reason why the standards or what we were looking at for Sand Hills Community College has improved so much also.
Absolutely. And I would add, sometimes when we say they've met all those achievements in their affinity group, not everybody knows what that means. Some of the categories that they've met, for example, are academic, mathematics and reading, but also in listing non-traditional completion rates, getting non-traditional students into certain courses that they might not otherwise get into, minority students, gender line students into different courses and opportunities, and opening up eyes of opportunities for those different students and having those students pass. So the pass rate alone is one of those areas for the affinity group. So they've done some exceptional work, as you know, Mr. Dennison.
And graduation rate was another one. And say
Yeah.
the math and English, and not only, they did well on all of them, surpassed the state goals.
Yeah.
Just a comment, Dr. Metcalf. What we were doing with Pinckney, I was talking to a couple of the students over there back before we got quarantined. And one of the reasons that they commented that they were staying in school was because they had this opportunity to then further themselves and get the job. So it helped our graduation rate, it helped their self-esteem, and it helped them earning credits so that they could use those later on. And then when we had a social distance ribbon cutting of the house, I think it was end of July, 1st of August. And again, one of the students said that this was why he stayed in school, and his parent commented that it was an incentive to keep them there. So it's a combination. It's a full circle for our students. So I'm so appreciative that we've been able to do all of this for this and the Community College Promise program, because it gives incentives to a lot of our students that decided this year to stay home and go to Sandhills. So thank you.
Mike, one other point. Also, now we have signing days for our career and technical education students. I know, Libby, I saw you at one, but where they're being hired by companies in the area right out of high school at well-paying jobs.
Yes.
Dr. Metcalf, this is kind of a downer question, but how do we think the fact that we haven't been able to open school completely this year, and that we know that most courses at Sandhills are offered virtually only, is going to impact our current senior class being able to complete credentials for some of the areas?
We did a lot of work, Ms. Dixon and the high school principals did a lot of work as we went into the planning, the 2 weeks of the planning, to try to identify for the semester which courses that we could offer, move some students into courses in which they could earn some credentials. They'll continue to do that for the second semester as we plan to hopefully move into Plan A and get those students face to face. We're under some different regulations. Back in March, we were at a stay-at-home order, and so our students couldn't go and do time at a nursing home or what have you. And now we're working with those organizations to try to give our kids the opportunities that they need to be able to take those credentials. It could have some impact, but we're doing everything we possibly can to alleviate that. And hopefully, if things open up the second semester, that will help greatly.
I'm sure it will. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, for Dr. Metcalf? A lot to celebrate.
Absolutely.
A lot to celebrate. We're very grateful and very proud of our students and our staff. Some of the most impressive numbers that I've experienced in any school district I've worked in. Truly, truly first class. And I get feedback from superintendents across the state with a lot of interest in what we're doing with K-8 STEM education and how that feeds into career and technical education. And I cannot understate the benefit of the leadership of Amanda Dixon with our career and technical education programs, and Tracy McNeil, the rest of the staff, but also Steve Johnson and our DIFs and our K-8 teachers, who really put a premium on student engagement. This notion of higher student achievement being accomplished through inspired students as opposed to terrified teachers. And so we'll continue to work on the test scores and the proficiency and the growth. That's all important, but ultimately, in the end, throughout the way, have we boosted our children's skills, but also inspired them that as they gain maturity and they start to own their own learning, what are those outcomes that really show what their full experience has been, K through 12? And I think these capstone outcomes, the only ones that we have available in this COVID-19 year, really drive that point home, that this is a school district that we can not only be proud of, but one that deserves celebration. So thank you. Let's move on. Yeah, Mr. Dennis.
I think those results had a great deal to do with your peers picking you as superintendent of the year for your region also.
Well, I'll let that sit. I just, yeah, thank you, sir. We'll let that go. I just want to leave it with the people that helped get us there, and also with our students. We are just very fortunate to have a remarkable group of students in Moore County. Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Let's move on as quickly as we can from that, if you don't mind. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, and that is an outstanding segue to talk about school improvement planning in Moore County schools. What Dr. Metcalf and the board you were just discussing is really exemplifies the work of school improvement and Moore County schools' commitment to continuous improvement. And today, I'm joined by Donna Gephardt, our Director for Curriculum and Instruction, Heather Stewart, our Assistant Director for Curriculum Instruction, and Mariah Morris, our Innovation and Special Projects Coordinator, to present to the board this year's schools who are presenting their plans for your potential approval in November. As the board may recall, starting really about 3 years ago, we started setting the table to approach presenting to you school improvement plans for your review and potential approval in a little different way. We began to set it up where we brought to you each year half of our school improvement plans, half of our schools, 11, for your review and approval. And so every year you would be seeing and reviewing a group of school improvement plans instead of what we were doing previously, which was every 2 years, bringing all of our schools at one time, because these are 2-year plans. And so currently we bring to you a 2-year rotating cycle of approximately 11 schools for your review. These schools, as you will see from these school improvement plans and what the team highlights for you today, these schools have completed what we call a comprehensive needs assessment, or CNA, where they review several areas of data and they identify the 2 or 3 key areas of greatest need that they can focus on in order to continue to drive student outcomes and continuous improvement. And these plans are what we like to call living plans. They're not something they develop and sit up on a shelf and blow off 2 years later and bring back. They're something we want them to be looking at, monitoring, talking about. And as I love saying, you plan to work and you work to plan. So this is truly what our schools are committed to and what our team's committed to supporting our schools to doing. So our team's going to share with you some background and some information about these 11 plans. We ask that the board, your role in this is to review these plans each year that we bring them to you to ensure that our schools are focused on continuous improvement with fidelity. We ask that, as you'll see as I wrap things up in a couple minutes, we ask that you review these plans and that you share any comments and feedback and observations with me over the next couple weeks. And then we hope to bring this back to you in November, these plans back to you in November for your potential approval. You also note attached to the executive summary are summaries of each school improvement plan from their online facilitation tool, which is known as NC STAR in the state of North Carolina. And so that's those summary plans that you see attached as well. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gephardt, our Director for Curriculum Instruction.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy, members of the board. As we look at Domain 1 of the Moore County School Strategic Plan, is focused on academic achievement. And we know from curriculum instruction, my focus is on the academic achievement of our schools and ensuring that we're supporting them so that all of our schools are growing and all of our students are meeting the wonderful data that Dr. Metcalf provided and becoming career and college ready and graduates. When we look at Domain 1, Objective 3 looks at school improvement and the process, and I like that Dr. Locklear pointed out, this is about a process for improvement. It is about working a plan and having support from the district to enable you to work the plan and become better as a school. when we look at strategy 1, Dr. Locklear mentioned the comprehensive needs assessment. That comprehensive needs assessment typically starts in the spring with the support of the curriculum and instruction staff. We go in, we have conversations, we look at data points, and we really begin looking at what does our plan need to look like that the school improvement team will massage over the summer and implement for the next school year. We know that the support for professional learning, Heather and I meet with these schools. We have conversation with the principals, school improvement teams to really talk about how we can support as a curriculum and instruction staff. Our whole goal is to support them to be successful with the academic achievement of their students. And as we get started with the conversations, we've already had the first round of conversations with the schools. We're on our second round of conversations, but it is about supporting them and providing them with the support they need to improve their achievement in their school buildings. The third piece, the third strategy is really looking at analyzing the data, using the data, and having the conversations of monitoring that plan and amending and looking at those action steps. And again, the support that we can provide in that. Dr. Locklear also mentioned the NC STAR, that our school improvement plans are in our NC STAR frame, housed in NC STAR. NC STAR fosters school improvement by allowing us to make data-driven decisions. And that's the most important piece of that academic achievement. We're looking at our data, we're making decisions, and we're assessing, creating, and monitoring our action steps, creating them and then monitoring them. Where are we on our action steps? And our principals are really good at analyzing those action steps and seeing how they can move their schools forward. So when we really look at this data-driven process and how we support our schools with academic achievement, this critical piece of the school improvement is this living document that we're working through and we're talking to principals about. We're asking them some ask-abouts and look-fors as we've looked at their action steps. So our presentation today is going to have where we give you some more background on school improvement, and then we're going to really dive into some of our schools and what they say, and then we're going to show how Mariah's work with Restart has really been beneficial and joined with the school improvement of that school. So I'm going to turn it over to Heather to let her guide us through the school improvement in Moore County schools.
Thank you. As in the strategic plan, Powerful School Improvement Practices uses data to drive decisions, is reflective, and uses collaborative structures to monitor effectiveness. So let's talk about school improvement in Moore County schools. School improvement teams meet prior to the school year to collect and analyze data using the district comprehensive needs assessment. The team identifies strengths and areas for growth in achievement, implementation, demographic, perception, and equity data. The team considers root causes and determines strategies and actions that is within the circle of control of the school community. The school improvement plan directly addresses the focus areas of concern based on multiple forms of data. The school improvement process includes a reflective practice that occurs twice a year. The team participates in a school improvement process check facilitated by a member of the district leadership team. The process check is a protocol that helps the school improvement team reflect on the effectiveness of the implementation process and support provided by the school improvement team. Professional learning communities continue to work together to clarify exactly what each student must learn, monitor each student's learning on a timely basis, provide systematic interventions that ensure students receive additional time and support for learning when they struggle, and extend and enrich learning when students have already mastered the intended outcomes. This process, and using the problem-solving model of Plan, Do, Study, Act, is a way in which teacher teams work together to implement the school improvement plan strategies and action steps. PLCs bring their implementation data to the school improvement team, where the school improvement team can then determine what professional learning, coaching, and support is still needed for PLCs to increase student performance or change adult behavior. And as stated,
excuse me, this is Dr. Brown. What was the what you had used some term in there that they were using, and I couldn't understand what it was.
The problem-solving model?
Maybe that's it. It was
Plan, do, study, act, and that is their model.
Okay, thank you.
So as stated earlier, schools will continue to use the NC STAR online portal that will house each school's plan. Principals, process managers, and school improvement team members have been trained on the tool and receive district and building-specific professional learning on using the tool to drive school improvement process. We are also continuing with the one-page documents as a communication tool for you, the board, our parents, and the broader community. So moving into the next slide, today we're going to highlight school focus areas, the correlation to data-driven decisions made through the comprehensive needs assessment. You'll begin to see trends and patterns among school plans, their needs, and strategies for improvement. We have provided the comprehensive summary reports for each building. The summary reports identify the school improvement goals, the indicators for success, and the action steps to be carried out. So I'm going to hand it back over to Donna Gephardt, who is going to get us started with the individual school plans. Thank you.
We're bringing to you today the 11 schools that we're going to review for school improvement this 2021 school year. And if we'll go to the next slide, I want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the glows that the principals have presented to us in our meetings. And I hope you notice a very specific pattern and trend. I'm so delighted that the hard work of the curriculum team with professional learning communities has really been highlighted with these plans. But I'll start with Elise Middle. Elise Middle, really looking at their PLC processes, have focused, and you'll see this in their action steps, on face-to-face instruction and the virtual environment. So they've really had lots of PLC conversations and focus about how they're implementing and moving school improvement for all children at their school. They have also really had conversation with the instructional strategies that they're using. You will notice in their school improvement plan that they have focused on content area reading, which we know reading across the curriculum is so critical in helping and improving our reading scores. It's that content vocabulary that is essential to help grow our children and build background knowledge that they need to be successful in life. They're also, and I'm very excited about this, TJ and his school improvement team talked a lot about developing professional development for their families in support of online learning as well as as face-to-face learning. So Elise Middle is really focusing on how to improve their academic achievement with digital tools, quality instructional strategies such as reading in the content areas, and PLC processes. When we look at Robbins Elementary, I love the comment that their principal used with her SIT team is building a culture of readers. They really want to focus on reading, and they've really been looking at the PLC process and examining the instructional frameworks that the Curriculum Instruction Department has focused on, and how do we create opportunities for our learners to be very successful with reading. They have implemented Rocket Time, which is an intervention time, which focuses on their common formative assessments. You'll see a lot in their plan about the common formative assessments and how they're using that data to drive their Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. You will also see that they have mentioned for the two-way communication, a parent academy. The principal uses weekly Thursday night calls to their families, again, to consistently communicate and have two-way communication. They also use Class Dojo. So when we look at Robbins Elementary, they're really focusing on strengthening for academic achievement their PLCs to build that culture of reader through those great strategies and those interventions, but also having that timely communication. So as we move on to our next two schools, you'll see Aberdeen Elementary. Aberdeen Elementary, again, focusing on the PLC process and really looking at one of the things you'll see in his school improvement plan is what he refers to as kid talk. And it is about really diving deep into data about that student and really having conversation about those students and getting the teachers to talk about what's going on instruction-wise and how are we moving those children forward. You also will see that there's improvement in his school improvement plan about the pre and post test. So they're really looking at, I'm pre-assessing my students and where are they at the end of the assessment. Small group instruction we know is critical, and he's looking at targeting vocabulary instruction. We know that building the vocabulary of our students is essential, as so much of the reading in the real world today is at a very complex lexile. So I was in that small group instruction and focusing on vocabulary. For PBIS, he is implementing the house system, which you'll see as he begins his school improvement plan. You'll see a lot about the house system, which is really building those collaborative teams of students with a supporting mentor. And then the house system awards points, and they actually will have celebrations based on the house. And it really focuses on a lot of social and emotional learning, which we know is critical. You see sort of embedded in his plan the beginning teacher support. Dante has, with his new school, a lot of new beginning teachers. So we know through his instructional support and his PLCs, he's strengthening those PLCs to make sure that those beginning teachers have their first year of success. We'll look at quickly Southern Middle. Southern Middle, again, PLC processes. I am just so delighted with the small group and PLC processes that we see as a thread throughout these school improvement plans. Marcy's really looking at data and this common assessment data and where the kids are and what we're doing in small group to move those kids forward. She is looking at alignment and consistency for learning experiences. So when she talked through that, she said it is about making sure the standard is taught alignment to the standard and that it's consistently taught across the grade levels. A unique feature that Marcy has put in place to support her parents is a Canvas support. 2 nights a week, she has hired a teacher using her family and engagement monies, and this teacher actually makes appointments to set up and meet with our families to go through Canvas to help them with some of the obstacles with Canvas that they're experiencing. And that person also will do a face-to-face if the parent needs to come in and them show specifics. We also know that she is using the supplemental interventions. She is focusing on the STAR data to gauge the instruction and the interventions that she needs to make sure she puts in place. So lots of great things going on as we really focus on school improvement. Now we'll dive in quickly to Southern Pines Elementary, and I love a statement that Tanya made. She has changed her vision statement as she's thinking about the new school and joining those two schools together. Her vision statement is all are welcome. And I love that because it immediately created that sense of everybody belongs and everybody has a spot here. Her global education program, which is going to really, I think, allow kids to see across so many spectrums of the diversity and celebrate all of these global awareness, this self-awareness. It's going to have a component of critical thinking, and there's going to be a value on the diversity. So I'm very excited to work with her as that global ed program takes place. Her PLCs, she talks about PLCs, again, looking at the data and making sure that we are having common assessments and that we are truly, truly in that PLC process, making sure we're asking the right questions and having our teachers have good quality conversations. When we look at Pinehurst Elementary really hit with their PLC process about standards and assessment. Ashley consistently went back to her PLC processes about making sure that we are looking at, in the PLCs, the standard, really diving deep, and that we are assessing that standard. And then we're asking that critical question, okay, we've got the data, what do we do about it? So what are the interventions that we're doing? What are we doing to ensure that all children in our buildings are successful? She's also looking at the rigor within the standard. making sure that they are rigorous and that the teachers are getting to the depth that the standard requires. She mentions in her school improvement plan the zones of regulation for her SEL frameworks. And you'll see there, the zones of regulation deal with looking at making sure finding where the kid is. Are they having an issue today and are they on yellow, which means I need to guide them and coach them in a different way than if they're on green. So lots of great things going on with their school improvement. As we move on to our next two schools, Carthage Elementary, again, PLCs. A big focus is the PLC and the support within PLC, developing the common assessments, using that data from the common assessments to drive my small group instruction. I love that these plans were so concise in that our action steps are all about student achievement, moving into small group instruction to make a difference. And she mentioned differentiating instruction and making sure that they have strong focuses on our tier 2 and tier 3 through the differentiation, as well as really looking at the MTSS framework. She has implemented for SEL a goal of the week, which we all know if we set goals, that's an important way for us to move forward. So lots of focus there with PLC and moving our students forward with our goals. Cameron Elementary, again, PLC. I hope you're seeing this nice thread of, we know that one of our supports from our curriculum department is we're going to support them with their PLC and their PLC processes. He also mentions the data. He has an electronic data wall. So you'll see an action step in his school improvement plan about his electronic data wall. He also talks about making connections with families and really looking at all the levels of his students, from developing talents of his individuals. One of the things he specifically mentioned is he knows that he's got some talent development opportunities. He's looked at his gifted population and feels like there's a lot of work there that he wants to see happen. So I'm very excited about that. Some of that work will come through vertical planning. You'll see in his school improvement plan, he talks about once a month, he will hold afternoon vertical planning sessions, which I think is critical to say, here's how this standard is taught. Here's what it looks like in kindergarten, first and second grade, and then he does 3 through 5 as well. So looking at those materials for targeted intervention are critical. As we move to High Falls, again, PLC processes and support, looking at those instructional frameworks. And one of the things Diane really mentioned is using those instructional frameworks to plan in our PLCs and make sure our PLCs are having quality planning conversations. And that planning and that data supports and guides our PLC, from our PLCs, guides our small group instruction, and we make sure that we are having quality small group instruction. High Falls also mentioned that they feel like they need to strengthen their core. She talked with us about her school growth, and she feels like they've got to strengthen their core a little bit. So that gave me a definite piece of support that we need to provide as a curriculum team. She also is doing some virtual parent nights, which I really, again, applaud, is in this digital environment. She's trying to support those families with her Google Classroom and making sure that families are accessing curriculum, making sure they understand the flow of those Google Classrooms. So strengthening the core and working with our families. West Pine Middle School, again, PLCs. One of the things that I really, really thought as Jenny was talking about her PLCs and the support from her PLCs, also really pulled in that content reading again. I was tickled to see that she said, if I'm going to move and grow and exceed growth, I need that content reading. I need content reading across all of my classes. And she not only stopped at reading, she said, I need writing. So you'll see in her school improvement plan, the reading and writing piece. You'll also see her Wildcat Talks, which I think is very critical, is driven by the guidance counselor, but it allows the grade level to come together and really talk about what their students need and how they can support each child. So those Wildcat Talks she typically does once a week, and it really is a deep dive from the counselor in supporting their school. The other piece that I did want to mention from her plan, she talks about Friday feedback forms. She allows the kids to give them feedback from the week. The kids talk about what they're proud of that they've done the week. They do a shout out of something that they want to make sure that is a shout out. And then they ID an area of struggle so that the teachers know when I read this SEL form, I need to help with this because this was an area of struggle for this child. So lots of great things going on at West Pine Middle. Again, that PLC process driven through the instructional frameworks. And now we're going to follow up with our Pinecrest Patriots and Pinecrest again, PLC processes and supports. One of the things that Stephanie talked about with her school improvement team was needing to support all learners and thinking about those individual students. Stephanie's, you'll notice in her school improvement plan, she's really using the data from the surveys to drive some of the things in her thought processes in the school improvement plan. That data she looked at, one of the things she said is, I want all of my kids from 9 through 12 to be highly engaged. She's noticing a trend that 9 and 10 are more engaged than her 11th and 12th graders. So she talked about how she's going to work through that with some of those action steps. I also admire her for dipping her toe in and say, I want to have quality small group instruction in my high school classrooms. She even sort of developed a plan as we talked through some of the teachers that are there and that have the capacity for small group instruction. So I'm very excited to see as Stephanie embarks and really looks at student achievement in her school system, in her school, that we can support her and provide that academic support for small group instruction. We're very excited with all of the things. As you read through these school improvement plans, you'll see these are just the glows that I quickly swept through, but I did wanted you to see some of the highlights that you'll see a lot of those action steps reflect that I do think will help improve the student achievement at their schools. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mariah because this is the most exciting work that I think that aligns with school improvement. So Mariah, will you talk to how school improvement and your restart work go together, hand in hand?
Sure, Donna. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So the way that you heard Donna talking about the PLC process showing up in each school improvement plan, we think of the PLC process as the vehicle through which we're able to build capacity at each school. Each school has a slightly different focus and a slightly different idea of how to build capacity, but the PLC is truly the process through which the schools are going to build that capacity for teachers in order to affect student growth and achievement. I want you to think of the restart process and the restart reform model as the vehicle through which these three schools are going to embark on their school improvement journey. So the way that the PLC provides a structure and a process to build capacity amongst teachers, the restart reform movement or model, builds capacity for the school to be creative and innovative in their school improvement process. So these two things really go hand in hand, the restart reform with that school improvement plan. Now, before I get started talking about the three schools, I would also like to just mention, this is just a preview. Dr. Locklear and I are going to give a more in-depth update immediately following this presentation. So I'm going to go very quickly into the focus areas of the three schools. So at Aberdeen Elementary, we are focusing on how to utilize restart flexibility to build beginning teacher support, PLC development and support, as well as quality reading instruction, both at the tier 1, 2, and 3 levels. At Robbins Elementary, we are focusing on that same question, building a culture of readers. How do the teachers and the support staff at Robbins Elementary build a culture of readers so that the students are equipped to read a variety of texts, as well as find joy and love in the process of reading? How do we build out student engagement, as well as build out that PLC development and support piece? At Southern Middle School, we're looking at our beginning teacher support, and Ms. Cooper has already utilized a restart flexibility with the hiring of a Math Reach teacher, which is an innovative position that we crafted in order to support her 6th grade math teachers who are beginning teachers. We're also looking at how do we boost the student engagement part at Southern Middle School through Encore development and CTE development. So this is truly just a preview. We're going to go much more in depth in the next presentation to talk about how we are looking at the Restart flexibilities in these various areas. Thank you, Donna.
As you see, Mariah's work with Restart and the school improvement work that the school improvement teams have designed go hand in hand, and everything is a continuous piece of learning and looking at the academic achievement under Domain 1 of our learners. We also wanted just to mention that in our virtual environment, what you see for remote learning, PLCs, professional development, the things in their school improvement plan, they are still attending to, even in a digital remote learning environment. They are having quality PLCs. We are providing lots of professional development, and they're having lots of conversations in their schools about things that they need. So I'm very proud that they've not only continued the processes, but they're making sure that these are also implemented in their school improvement plans for 2021. So we're very excited about the work and the continuation and the support that our schools have been focused on. But as I said, this is a process for our students, for our schools. And I'm going to allow Dr. Locklear to sort of wrap it up and talk about the board review plans. Dr. Locklear.
Thanks, Donna, Heather, and Mariah. As noted at the beginning of the presentation, we appreciate the Board of Education reviewing these plans, looking at ensuring that we're moving forward with our continuous improvement process with fidelity. If you have any questions, any comments, any observations, if you'd send those to me by October 14th, that'd give myself and the team time to respond to your questions, perhaps connect you with a member of the team or a principal in order to discuss your questions. And then we look forward to bringing back the plans to you at your November 2nd board work session for your consideration for approval. So the team is certainly available for any additional questions that you may have at this time.
I actually have one, and you kind of touched on it, Donna, a little bit, but I would like to see just how they are adjusting with COVID-19 and implementing some of the strategies, especially the reading piece, because I know that's very hard to do virtually. So I would love to even know, just, you don't have to do it right now, obviously, but just in maybe even an email or next time, just how are they adjusting to that?
Definitely, we can, and we'll share with you some resources that have been purchased to help them with this during this COVID times for remote learning.
I have a question. How often are the PLCs meeting at schools? Is it weekly, bi-weekly?
They are at least meeting weekly to have discussions and conversations about the data from the common assessments and what they're doing. Some are meeting twice a week so that they're looking at the curriculum and planning, and then moving into, from the common assessment, where do they need to adjust their plans and the small group that they need to support.
And are they given, is this like happening on that Wednesday when we don't have students in the schools these days, or is it happening after school, or do we know when?
Right now, a lot of it is on those Wednesdays because the teachers can spend longer times to have conversations and really dive into student achievement. So currently, a majority of those are on Wednesdays, but we still have teachers who are doing and looking at standards in the afternoons after they finish to guide their work on Wednesday as well.
Okay. Dr. Locklear, I have several other questions, but I won't take up any more time. I'll send them to you for consideration as we move forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Ms. Gephardt, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Just a question. You did touch on this, and you probably answered it, but about the virtual learning part, does this count also for the virtual academy, not just those that are in a hybrid? So
you mean the school improvement plans, have they addressed in there the Connect Academy students?
Correct. And since some of the teachers, and my second question is, some of the teachers teach across schools. So how is that in the virtual academy? How is that addressed in in these documentation as well.
For the ones that are teaching across, I do think it's those PLCs, which you saw was a thread throughout all of those, that they're having those quality PLC conversations about supporting the academic achievement of our students. The plan is still for that school, and that principal is working that plan. But that the strength that, and I'm just going to say this is a strength of our principals. They look at every student, whether that student's at West Pine and it's a Southern Middle student, a West Pine student that's in with a Southern Middle teacher. They look at every student as theirs. So it doesn't matter where that child sits in a building, or at home. Those principals are really attending to it. I know those middle school principals are talking constantly about how to support. They're using both counselors, not only for, and I can speak more to Southern Middle, because as she shared, she said, yeah, my counselor is working with the West Pine counselor to make sure that we're putting in the right opportunities for our students.
And the very brief answer is yes. Whether they're Connect Academy or face-to-face instruction, a West Pine Middle School child is a West Pine Middle School child, and that child's academic achievement is guided by this school improvement plan for that school. And the same can be said for every one of our other schools.
Dr. Gephardt, what is the makeup of the improvement team at each school? I mean, what makes up the team?
They are elected by their peers. So every 2 years, they will elect their school improvement teams.
Are parents part of that team?
There is a parent representative on the school improvement team.
Okay, thank you.
Mostly teachers.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Gephardt? All right, then shall we keep moving? I know Ms. Morris.
Yes, Madam Chair, we've got item 3C, and of course, today's presentation under 3B, school improvement plans, as Dr. Locklear laid out, is the beginning of a process of review. In the past, when we didn't have COVID-19, we had that very intensive process of you all getting in 3 different rooms, and all the different school improvement teams would come in and rotate. It was very dependent on the presence of people, lots of people being pushed into small rooms. And so we're trying this new approach this year that allows for a little bit more deliberative approach over an extended period of time, and we'll appreciate your collaboration with that. So Mariah, if you're ready, we'll go with item 3C, update on Restart Schools.
Yeah, just very quickly, as an introduction to Mariah and her work, the board is aware through your support and review, you approved us applying to the State Board of Education for 3 of our consistently low performance schools to be to achieve restart status: Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Middle, and Robbins Elementary. And Ms. Morris, when she came back to Moore County Schools in July, over the last 3 months, has been working with these schools and their restart teams and the community on driving this work forward in a very short period of time. So I'll turn it over to Mariah for an overview of where that work has gone over the last 3 months. Mariah?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Grimacy, and all members of the board. I am excited to share with you an update on behalf of the 3 Restart schools about the work that we have been doing to build out a successful restart model. As Dr. Locklear just shared, this is going to reflect the work that we have done since the State Board of Education approved Aberdeen Elementary, Robbins Elementary, and Southern Middle to operate under the Restart model. Under this Restart model, these 3 schools will operate with the same exemptions from statutes and rules as a charter school as authorized under General Statute 115C 218. They will operate on a 5-year cycle, just like charter schools operate, where we are tracking and measuring the effectiveness of the flexibilities that we utilize to drive our school improvement plan. Next slide, please. Under the charter-like flexibilities from specific statutes and rules, these 3 Restart schools can operate with budget flexibilities, employment requirement flexibilities, calendar flexibilities, standard course of study and curriculum flexibilities, as well as assessment flexibilities. Now, I want to make sure that y'all understand that this doesn't mean they can do anything or everything under each of these umbrellas. There are still state Board of Education as well as state laws and policies that they do still need to follow. And examples under the assessment umbrella, they will still have to administer EOGs with following the same protocol, but they do have flexibility with district-wide assessments that we choose to give in addition to the state legislated ones. I just want to briefly point out that I've already come to you with one specific flexibility. If you remember from last month, we talked about the employment requirement flexibility. So this is one area that you're already familiar with, where Restart schools are able to hire non-certified teachers, and we have already utilized this at a couple of our Restart schools. So what drives the Restart model? This slide has a graphic that I like to share with our Restart teams to describe how we are going to build out a successful Restart process that builds capacity amongst teachers so that we can move the needle in growth with each and every child at our schools. The point of the Restart model is not just to use flexibilities to say that we've used them. Simply hiring a non-certified teacher or simply extending the school year calendar will not aid school improvement and will not move the needle on student growth alone. We have to be intentional so that at the core of the Restart model are improvement areas that we are strategically targeting with flexibilities to accelerate the improvement process and to strengthen our processes in place. So our bullseye is school improvement. And that's why this process goes hand in hand with the school improvement plans that we just spoke about in Ms. Gephardt's presentation. So our focus area are the improvement areas that we look at based on our comprehensive need assessments, based on our school improvement plans, and based on different qualitative and quantitative data points that our teachers, our parents, and our administration bring to the table. Once we know the improvement area that we want to focus on, we then build out a plan with action steps. This looks just like the school improvement process looks at this point. Nothing has deviated. Where the Restart model comes in is at this point, we then say, are there any flexibilities that we can utilize to build out a stronger process that will reach more children and have a larger impact? And that's where we start to think about what flexibilities can aid in this process. An example would be if a principal wanted to use budget flexibility so that they were able to take some money from a different line item on their budget, and instead of using it for what a traditional line item budget would specify, they might build out a professional development program that they're paying for professional development to build an area that their PLC is working on. That would be an example of strategically choosing a flexibility that will drive an improvement area to make it stronger and more effective for the school community. After we utilize the flexibility and the action steps, we have to make sure that we're analyzing the measurable outcomes. Embedded in this model is a process that DPI monitors very closely. We measure our outcomes in NC STAR, which is the tool that Ms. Gephardt and Ms. Stewart referenced in the school improvement plan. So we have to make sure that we have a baseline of data prior to utilizing the flexibility. Then we do our action with the flexibility and we capture whether it was effective or not. And we're not afraid to lean in the moments when it's not effective, because that provides us with valuable information that we will need. Driving this process is the Restart team at the school. The principals have either developed their own Restart teams or they've mobilized their school improvement teams to do this work. The Restart team consists of teachers and school personnel who are very passionate about building out innovative programs to move this work forward. In addition, I have mobilized a community restart coalition of community members who are passionate about school reform. The community members do not have to belong to a particular school or even have children in the system, but they are acting as advisors to the process to help me build out a program to get valuable community feedback that can help drive this work. Next slide, please. This slide captures our philosophy behind the restart process. We believe that it is important to design with and not for our schools. We know that school improvement is more effective in growing students' academic progress when teachers and community members are involved in the process. So this is not a top-down model where I am driving the decisions. Rather, I am working with the schools to build out an authentic reform movement. The 4 pillars of our philosophy is that this work must be learner-centered. We have to unabashedly choose student-centered processes that bring in the accountability of empathy for our students who are our ultimate customers of this process. We also must make sure that we're being culturally responsive to our students and our school communities so that this work reflects the communities in which our schools live and operate. The second pillar is that this work must be transparent. We believe in open design. Open design is when we are inclusive and adaptive to our school community needs. At every step of the way, we are trying to bring in our Restart team of teachers, our school communities, as well as outside community members. The third pillar is that it is socially embedded. Equity is a driving force so that we are open-walled and that we reach into the community. If we are trying to build a community of readers, for example, at Robbins, we must understand the implications this has in the community and the town in which it operates. This will help drive ownership and agency for the school community that is outside of the actual schoolhouse. And then the last pillar is that we strive to be innovative. We believe that bold ideas can lead to amazing outcomes. We want to bring in multiple perspectives and not let the fear of failure stop any sort of innovative, bold approach to try to unstick some of the stuck areas of these 3 communities. We began this work by hearing from some state leaders in the area. We had a Restart town hall meeting when I first arrived in Moore County Schools with 4 principal leaders from across the state. 3 of them reflect successful Restart principals from the elementary, middle, and high school level. Some of them have experienced such growth that they moved from a low-performing school to the top 1% of school growth after adopting the Restart model. We also had Mr. Tabari Wallace, who is the 2018 Principal of the Year, and he came and spoke to us because he is a transformation principal and he has helped turn around 3 low-performing, high-poverty schools in Craven County Schools. Our principals were filled with wonderful ideas. As you can see, that picture is not staged. They really did have that big of smiles on their faces as they were growing themselves and really brainstorming how to begin this work. I would also like to note that that collaboration has not ended after the Restart meeting. Our principals are engaged with professional learning networks at DPI, where they collaborate with principals and they come together and share with district leaders and principals. For example, Mr. Poole and I, we were part of a professional learning network just this last Thursday with DPI, where we got to share our work as well as hear from other districts. So I'm going to go through a really quick overview of each school, but Mr. Poole has embedded his Restart team into his school improvement team. So they're leading a lot of this work. We began by doing some design work around what area of need we wanted to focus on and prototype as we started slow so that we could build out a successful model. He wants Aberdeen Elementary School to be a place where his teachers want to stay, want to thrive, want to grow themselves as teacher leaders, as well as to recruit the best and brightest teachers from really across the region. He believes in transforming his school through this teacher leadership idea, and he is embracing what is known as opportunity culture, which is a way to differentiate leadership opportunities and compensation for teachers. By doing so, he is going to target building PLC capacity through opportunity culture, as well as focusing on beginning teacher support and teacher retention. At Robbins Elementary, Miss Larita has created a fantastic restart team who we have been meeting consistently since I began right in July. They have done a lot of deep work through design work to decide what area they wanted to focus on, and that's how they landed on this question: how do we build a culture of reading at Robbins? It's a two-pronged approach where we're going to build out the teacher capacity through more technical professional development and understanding how to teach reading more effectively. But then the second prong is building in that student engagement piece to make them love reading and fall in love with the journey of literacy. And then last but not least, we have Miss Cooper, and she has started a restart team at Southern Middle School. She is focusing right now on supporting her beginning teachers through the innovative Math Reach position that we've created using Restart Flexibility, where she has hired part-time beginning teacher mentors to support some of her math beginning teachers. She also wants to focus on building out student engagement. We're going to be looking at different Encore development as well as CTE development. So as I end this presentation, I'm going to share with you the call of action that I like to share with the Restart teams. Make the status quo seem more dangerous than launching into the unknown. All of a sudden, we've lifted a lot of the rules and statutes that principals are used to following. I like to say we took away the coloring book and we handed them a blank canvas. What masterpiece are we going to be able to create? Being innovative can be scary and it can be new, but I want them to think that the status quo of where they're at is more dangerous than thinking outside of the box and walking along this journey with us. So I thank you for supporting this initiative, and I am open to any questions or comments that you might have at this time.
Well, Ms. Morris, this is Helena. You've just got me all jazzed about this. So thank you for sharing your enthusiasm for this process and giving us a real great idea of what to expect over the next couple of years. So this has been very helpful. I know we've been waiting for this. So we gave you 3 months and here it is. So thank you for laying it out for us. A question that I have is, how will we know when we are successful? Like, what are the metrics that we're going to be using? I think there's so much conversation around one metric, which is, the end of grade tests and all of that. But tell me how we're going to know and when. Like, it's not going to happen this year, but when can we start to expect to see some progress?
That is a wonderful question, and I thank you for asking that question. DPI has been very clear with all Restart schools that academic progress is one metric, but to your point, it's not the only metric. And sometimes it's not the first metric that we see in a successful Restart model. Sometimes the metrics of getting procedures and processes in place at our low performing schools is the first part of the building, is the first building block, right, for the foundation. So an example would be, if a Restart school noticed that one of their areas of weakness was teacher attendance, and this is one of the Restart schools, not in Moore County, but one of someone I know. They realized that they had a teacher attendance problem. They used a flexibility to do some calendar changes to offer time for teachers to have time during the school year as personal time built into the schedule in order to help teachers come to school more when they were supposed to, if that makes sense. They measured whether that was successful or not based on their attendance rate prior to the flexibility being utilized. Then they implemented the flexibility, and then they measured teacher attendance afterwards. Now, that's not going to necessarily show up in an end of grade test score. However, the idea is you get the procedures and the policies in place the first year, and then that will in fact build out stronger academic growth as we move forward. So sometimes the metrics are things that we identify as cultural pieces. And those are cultural metrics that we decide are important to school growth. Those are metrics that we look at through the school improvement, and that we have a way of capturing that metric. That math restart position that Ms. Cooper created at Southern Middle. The metrics we're looking at is her beginning teachers, their self-assessments prior, when they first started at Southern, so prior to working with their mentor. And then we're going to compare it periodically. She'll re-give that at self-assessment to see how they feel like they're doing on the job. And we'll see if they feel more supported, if they're more likely to want to stay a teacher, if they're more likely to feel like they are implementing positive growth opportunities in their classroom. So that's one piece. The second piece are academic pieces. We can look at not only summative assessments like end of grade or M-class assessments, but also common assessment, formative assessments that PLCs are developing. We can measure growth during that PLC data cycle to capture more of the academic pieces. So it's really a multi-pronged approach to know when it's being successful.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Morris, this is John Weaver, and Helena touched on part of my question, but basically what you're describing is a process. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but I was wondering what type of feedback you can give to the board at what intervals on the progress being made, whether it translates to a grade increase or not. Just what type progress report can we expect as we move forward? Because this is a 5-year model.
Sure, that's a great question. There will be a formal assessment piece in December of each year. However, they don't have you complete it your first year. So we will not be completing this assessment piece in December of 2020. Our first assessment will come in December 2021. And that will be a report that we provide to DPI that measures every single flexibility we've utilized and how we've captured whether it's been successful or not. So that is a very formal report that we can look to provide to you every year. That being said, we can build in more reports quarterly, or really whatever the board decides they would like us to do, so that we can be providing updates along the way. That would be very easy to do because we're constantly monitoring what flexibility we are implementing and whether it's being effective or not.
Quarterly might be too often, but maybe at half-year cycles would at least allow us to kind of track the progress we're making.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Morris? If the amount of vitality she brought to her presentation is carried over into these restart schools, then everybody's hopping. Well, I think we all are very eager to see the schools get these programs underway. Obviously, they're already underway in what have been actually very difficult and challenging situation for this fall, but we expect to see some real gains in many different areas. So any further questions for Ms. Morris?
Board members, I think you can expect to hear reports from Ms. Morris periodically in your school board monthly update. And when you see something that you think would be worth highlighting to the public beyond your monthly update, we can always come back the following month and include that on an agenda as well. So, but I'm sure you'll be getting a steady diet of reports from Ms. Morris, because it's very difficult to keep her from sharing good news and trying to remedy bad news. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, shall we head towards the final couple of items here.
Yes, sir.
I think that's probably the deepest dive that we're going to have yet. So for what remains, Dr. Locklear, item 3D, our day, very important day 20 membership summary report.
Yes, sir. Each year we highlight our day 20 membership report and compare it to previous years. Ms. Kate Fall, our Director for Planning, Accountability, and Research, and her team do a wonderful job working with our principals and our school data managers to have accurate data. And we know this is essential and important data that we need to make sure we're tracking appropriately. Back in September, we brought you an update of where we were as we opened up school after about a week of school. 7-8 days of school, we noted that we had retained approximately 97% of our membership from the previous year during a time of the COVID-19 pandemic. And certainly that's the highlight from this presentation as well, is that data continued to be maintained through day 20. But this, very quickly to walk through, just to highlight a few pieces of information to take a little bit of a deeper dive. You can see the comparative day 20 membership here on slide 2, dating back from 2016-17, and how that, as we can see, an overall moving into last year, an overall gain. But this year we see that if you go to the next slide, you'll see that our membership dropped this year approximately 391 students. And basically the way we worked our projections this year and what we felt we would see this year, we had to work our projections a little differently. Each year, Kate and her team dive into projecting what we feel we will have in our school district the next year. This year, because of the student assignment and redistricting process, we had to do that a little differently. We had to use membership from January 2020 and then base our projections of what we thought we'd have for the 2020-21 school year built on those membership and where students will be heading the following year. We'll see that same paradigm this year as we implement our second year of the student reassignment plan. We'll see that same paradigm this year where we're projecting off of where students are, their addresses are in the second semester and where they're projected to be for the following school year in what school. The impact of COVID-19, as noted already, even while managing and the impact of COVID-19, Moore County School student membership for 2021 school year maintained a 97% membership retention as compared to the previous year. Again, we did see a reduction of 391 students from our membership, from day 20 membership from last year, but in context, that's maintaining 97% of our membership during this pandemic. The following slide just highlights that in a chart, looking at what we reported last year and the difference to this year, and then how that looks based on what we projected. We projected 12,735 students, and the difference between projected and actual is 291 less than actually we reported on day 20. Again, 97% retention, 391 students less. The next couple slides will take you through very quickly. The next slide highlights where we were with our elementary schools, our primary school, and our K-5 through 5 schools. The next slide goes into our K-8 schools and our middle school and high school. And then finally, the next slide highlights each area and what percentage change we had in each area based on our day 20 membership comparatively to 1920. Area 1, which is the feeder area for Union Pines High School, we saw a reduction of approximately 5% from where we were last year. Area 2, which is our feeder pattern for Northmore High School, we saw an increase of 51 students, approximately a 3% increase. And then for our feeder pattern for Pinecrest High School, we saw a decrease of approximately 199 students, which is about a 3% decrease. Overall, again, maintaining 97%. So the last slide is just a quick summary slide. A 3% decrease, we did see that, retaining 97% of where we were the previous year. We overprojected by 291 students, and we do believe that the main reason for that overprojection, reason we saw less students than we projected, is really with the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic and some families choosing to potentially homeschool or send their students to private school, whatever it might be, based on what we we're able to do as we started the school year. And that's why you heard Andrew earlier talk about, we also have to plan and be aware that we might see some of these families come back and some of these students have to come back. So this certainly ties and connects into that budget that we talked about at the beginning of today's meeting. And that connects to what Andrew talked about as well, is that the state through the legislature did determine we'd be held harmless this year to any membership change. And so that did not impact us. We were able to very wisely pull that back and prepare for the next budget year based on being held harmless, as Andrew talked about earlier. That's just a very quick dive and summation of our Day 20 membership and how it compares to last year, but certainly available for any additional questions.
Dr. Locklear, I'm not sure you have the answer to this, but would you know how we compare to districts around us or other school districts?
I do not have that information, but we certainly could try to do a regional review of that and see how we compare.
I'm just wondering if the 97% is about what we're expecting in other communities.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great question. We'll certainly see if we can find out some information and share it back with the board.
And Dr. Locklear, I'm sure Ms. Fall has this, but I didn't think to ask it in advance. Is there a breakdown on how many new students we have to the Moore County system? Because I know, although I know we lost some to private schools and homeschooling and whatnot, I'm sure we gained new students.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure we had new enrollees. I don't have that number. You're right. Ms. Fall probably could tell us that off the top of her head, but yeah, I unfortunately cannot. But again, that's data we certainly can get and share with the board.
I'll try to remember to email you about that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Other questions for Dr. Locklear? All right, then we're going to move on.
At this time, Madam Chair, I'll invite Dr. Powers to just give us a brief update regarding item 3E. You had authorized the administration to seek public input on a proposal to name the Northmore High School Gymnasium after former coach Jack Vernon Huzzy. And so, Seth, I'll just let you do the honors of a very brief update.
Yes, sir. This would just be very quickly. So I'd just like to inform the board that at the request of Mr. Huzzy, this proposal has been withdrawn. So just want to make the board aware.
Any questions for Dr. Powers? All right, then let's move right on. Thank you, Dr. Powers.
Mr. Barath, end our lengthy work session with an upbeat update on our construction projects, if you would, please.
I'd be happy to here. Laura May, if you can let me go ahead and present then. Well, the computer's getting all that there. All right, is everyone seeing the update? Because I can't tell.
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's talk about Southern Pines Elementary. Here's an image of it from last week. You can see progress is being made and starting to get the final grading around the site to receive grass and sod in places. You can see the roof work is pretty much almost all done, just flashings to do and to finish out the canopy in the front. In this view, you can see the Carlisle Street extension we discussed earlier in today's meeting, connecting all the way down in front of Legends Apartments there to the left where Brucewood is, and the plantings along the roadway and irrigation about wrapped up. This gives you a good view of the site where you can see the play field to the right side. You can see the parent pickup drop-off loop on the upper right front corner coming around there. Towards the image, you can see the courtyard in between that y'all got to see during the tour, and that you can see they started getting initial growth in there to try to sustain or hold back erosion against the hillside there. Sod, it's a good thing to see when it arrives, and so they've started with placing the sod down in the play field, and they're working way up the site from there. So that's the first place they delivered the sod to, and they're starting to work up around the building now. Again, just another view of the front of Carlisle and all the work that's been done there. The interior is getting finished. The covering is coming off the floors in areas as they start moving out and getting ready to do final inspections of them. You can see the wood doors are up and hardware's on them. Classrooms, you can see in the lower level of the two-story building is their first area of completion and how those classrooms are coming together now. Even the toilet rooms, can't resist but put a picture of that in here. The gymnasium, the acoustic panels have been put up on the wall in there. The goals have been up and the purple bleachers are now installed against the side. They're trying to get the floor to its final level of dryness before they can apply the gym flooring in there. The doors to the gym, the frames are in. Media center, they're getting everything in there trimmed out with its first coat of paint applied everywhere throughout it. Again, just a reminder to everybody, they did have the impact of COVID on supplies and some work that was done. And after assessment by the design team and staff, the revised completion date is October 26th. And that is for substantial completion of beneficial occupancy and use. Furniture is coming October 19th to the school. So they're about 95% along construction pathway, 85% paid, and to date we have not used any contingency or inflation funds on that project. Going on to Northmore, here's the aerial view of that. So you can see the roofing's done. They have just some trim out to do around copings and some flashing areas for the addition. Down in the bottom right, you can see a bioretention pond beginning there and a little round dome circle on the far right for the water storage tank for fire suppression system. The areas with the arrows on the left are areas that they are grading out now to get ready for soil and seeding. They're going to put down a winter blend seed and then come back in the spring with its final. The bioretention pond, as I mentioned, is there on the lower right, and over there on the far right, that is the storage tank that many of you have seen and thought they were storing grain in a silo there for the ag program. And then over that last area on the upper right, that is the canopy that connects the gym auditorium structure to the lobby entry for the auxiliary gym. And so there you can see the grading in the front being drawn out, getting ready for topsoil to be placed, bioretention fill going in. One of the courtyards, you can see they've already got their winter established mix already down in there. And in the back, getting the final curbing ready for pavement, going up to where that canopy connects. And that is the canopy that connects from the gymnasium auditorium to the new lobby at the auxiliary gym. The gym flooring is done, is finished in there. Acoustic panels are on the wall, bleachers are in place, basketball goals are up. The classroom wing areas are getting their final installation of cabinetry and ceiling and final paint coat getting ready to be applied. Again, the flooring is done, is just being protected in there. This would be the science lab, and just as a reminder, they are impacted with the science countertops. They are not going to be delivered until November. So again, they had some impact from COVID for a total of 67 days. They got hit pretty hard towards the end where the mechanical contractor was down with all teams. And they could not get another contractor in to supplement along during that period. So their new completion date is October 22nd. Furniture is actually being delivered on the 12th next week out there to the school. And so progress remains at 92% of pay and 96% of time. And the project to date has not used any contingency or inflation funds. Going on to Pinehurst. Again, as Ms. Caldwell pointed out, that's kind of what it looks like in the end. That's kind of what it looks like now. So the shape and the form of it's just about up. The spray apply insulation and the masonry is continuing around. You can see the framing of the roof over this two-story classroom building is steel in place, and they're getting the decking down. You can see where the blue is on the roof. That is drying in that area, so water's not coming through those roof areas, allowing additional work to proceed underneath. And from the ground level, you can see the masonry starting to work its way around the front classroom building there, towards the front entry. Looking from the other direction, that would be where the main entry is going to be. And in the back, this is the robotics and art room with mason brick around that part on the center area, and the gym is to the left. And inside, they haven't slowed down. The mechanical units are set in place, and they've even got them all piped up in this area of the classroom wing. So they've already begun getting ahead of themselves in some of that, but we don't let them get too excited, as Dr. Grimacy said. Up on the second floor level with all the steel now in place, you're getting all the ductwork and infrastructure now run above it. And in the gymnasium, they had a conflict with a camber and a truss that they have resolved and have set, so now they can complete getting their decking installed over it. And that's just a view in the kitchen area. I thought it was kind of dramatic with the light, the way it came through there, but you can see the ductwork and the piping and everything in place there for infrastructure. And the large mechanical units have been delivered to the elevated platforms, so they can continue roofing right over those now. Stairwells, intermediate stairwells down the classroom wings are poured concrete now in the pans. So access is easy for workers to move around without relying on ladders. And right now they had a 30-day impact out of the gate with the asbestos removal at the existing school, as the board will recall, which moved their completion date to March 8th, 2021. 65% of the timeline is passed, 52% paid, and they have not used any funds from the award out of contingency or inflation. The capital needs at schools that the county gave us the $2.1 million for.
Hey, John, before you run on, I just want to, for the record, note that our last project is at the 2/3 mark.
That is correct. It's a good feeling.
I just want everybody to say, our last project is at the 2/3 mark. Go ahead, John.
Yes, sir. And so with the $2.1 million, this is an update of where we are with the projects. As you recall, on the left is a designation of the work that is to be done with that. The budget amount, how much has been allocated out of that budget, and how much has been spent. We've had some savings on some of the projects that we've started. Some have come in awfully close and some have come in over the amount. But however, overall, we are still remaining within the budget. On the right, you can see the status of some of those that are already complete. Some of them are going to be summer of next year work because of the size and the scope of the projects. And some are going to be starting here this fall. We have in progress the Northmore High School sewer lift station. That's why it's tagged in construction at this time. So you can see here the funding allocations and the status right now of it. In this next slide gives you a brief synopsis of the remaining projects and the timeline for them. So these are the projects that are not completed and not under construction, and the timeline for when they are going to be awarded for work and when the work is to be completed. So for example, the work at Elise Middle School for the condensate lines will be awarded in March of 2021 for the work to be complete by the end of July 2021. And so when you go through, if you go back to reflect upon these two slides, the first one gives you the overall budget and status of the projects. The next one tells you what's remaining and the timeline on those. So it's going to be a busy summer for a lot of these schools next year to get some of the major work done at them. And so I let you sneak peek at the end, and if there are any questions any of you may have.
This is always a great way to end a meeting.
With me, I agree.
You're right, Mr. Barath. You make the day there. The reports are always so uplifting that progress is continuing. And for those who are touring Northmore tomorrow, I know they will enjoy seeing progress that has come along. Any questions for Mr. Barath?
I have a comment. One,
yes, sir.
It's nice to see that we've dropped two projects off of your report, McDeeds Creek and Aberdeen Elementary Schools. So that's great to see.
Yes, sir. And I'm hoping that in my November update, we can also drop Southern Pines.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I just had another comment real quick. Sorry. John, when were those pictures taken of Pinehurst Elementary?
There's a mix of them. Some of them were taken mid and latter part last week, and some were taken over the previous weekend.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because it looked like when I saw it yesterday that it was more done to it than those pictures. So
Yes, the masons are moving very quickly with the brick.
Yeah.
So they have gotten further along since those were taken last week.
yeah, if you guys get a chance, drive by it. It's just amazing compared to what it was. I mean, I used to teach there, so I'm picturing of what it was, and now I'm driving by and it's like this mansion. So it's really cool to see.
And thank you. All right. I think that wraps up our reports. Dr. Grimacy, anything else from you?
No, ma'am. The administration rests.
All right. Then this takes us to board comments. Dr. Brown, would you like to start us off?
I just have one comment. Today, North Carolina Public Schools declared October 5th is World Day of Bullying Prevention, and I'm wearing blue to show that I stand against bullying with schools and communities worldwide.
Thank you. I think we'll all join with you and stand there. Let's see, who else we have? Ms. Caldwell, do you have comments?
I don't have anything. I just want to say thank you for the meeting today. It's a lot to think about and to look at this week. And just, I know the hard work that you guys put into all that. So that's all I want to say.
All right. Ms. Wallen-Miller.
I had the exact same thing to say. I just appreciate all the information we got today. There was clearly a lot of thought and planning, not only with the opening of the schools, but with just the restart and with the budget. And there's just a lot going on, and I just appreciate your staff. And then I do want to note, if we're talking about days, last Friday was Custodian Appreciation Day. And given that they are taking care of 2 million square feet of our campuses on a daily basis, I want to again take a moment to just, from the bottom of my heart, to thank our custodians for just the incredible job they're doing, keeping our schools clean and safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver.
I appreciate the hard work that the staff has put into the development of the plan to return our K-5 grade levels to the classroom. We all want our students back in the classroom as soon as possible, but it's not as easy as flipping a switch. Our plan must ensure safety protocols are followed. It must be measured and implemented responsibly. I believe our students, our teachers, staff, parents, and the community expect nothing less of Moore County Schools.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison.
No comment.
Ms. Thompson.
Just to echo my thanks to everyone for the great informative information that we've received today. Lots to go through and read and to get up to speed on, but they do, as always, a great job in providing the information in detail. So thanks for all the extra efforts and hard work.
And I as well will echo those thanks. A lot to digest today. Some decisions to make next week. Our meeting next week on October 12th is at Union Pines. It is an in-person meeting. The meeting opens at 5, and obviously we'll be in public session at 6:30. So I look forward to seeing all of you at Union Pines.
And Madam Chair, I think it's important to remind the public that all appropriate COVID-19 mitigation efforts will be in place, and that will include social distancing and mask wearing and a limit on our capacity that's aligned with the limitations that we have during the school day.
Yes, sir. Unless there's anything else, then Mr. Dennison, are you still online?
I'm here. I don't have my photo on because my hair is a mess today. But I do make a motion. I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Right. By Mr. Dennison, second by Dr. Brown. All those in favor can wave goodbye.
Bye. Hi.
The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you. Mr. Eklund, you can take us out.